Independence, Iola, Longton, Madison, Marion, Moline, Neodesha, Newton, Park City, Parsons, Peabody, Rose Hill, Sedan, Strong City, Valley Center, Wellington, Wichita, Winfield, and Yates Center. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch 294 in effect until 9 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time this evening for the following areas in Kansas. This watch includes 20 counties in central Kansas: Dickinson in east central Kansas, Anderson, Coffee, Douglas, Franklin, Geary, Lyon, Morris, Osage, Shawnee, Waubonsee in north central Kansas, Clay, Washington in northeast Kansas, Brown, Jackson, Jefferson, Marshall, Nemaha, Pottawatomie, Riley. This includes the cities of Abilene, Alma, Alta Vista, Blue Rapids, Burlingame, Burlington, Carbondale, Clay Center, Clifton, Council Grove, Emporia, Eskridge, Frankfort, Garnett, Grantville, Greenleaf, Hanover, Harveyville, Harrington, Hiawatha, Holton, Horton, Junction City, Lawrence, Lebo, Lynn, Linden, Manhattan, Maple Hill, Marysville, McFarland, McLouth, Meriden, Nortonville, Osage City, Oskaloosa, Ottawa, Overbrook, Paxico, Perry, Sabetha, Seneca, St. Mary's, Topeka, Valley Falls, Wamego, and Washington. The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch 294 in effect until 9 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time this evening for the following areas in Kansas. This watch includes 7 counties in east central Kansas: Johnson, Lynn, Miami in northeast Kansas, Atchison, Doniphan, Leavenworth, Wyandotte in Missouri. This watch includes 24 counties in central Missouri: Pettis, Saline in north central Missouri, Caldwell, Carroll, Davies, Livingston in northwest Missouri, Andrew, Atchison, Buchanan, Clinton, DeKalb, Gentry, Holt, Nottoway, Worth in west central Missouri, Bates, Cass, Clay, Henry, Jackson, Johnson, Lafayette, Platte, Ray. This includes the cities of Adrian, Albany, Atchison, Belton, Bramer, Breckenridge, Butler, Cameron, Carrollton, Chillicothe, Clarksdale, Clinton, Concordia, Country Club, Villa, Craig, Elwood, Excelsior Springs, Fairfax, Forest City, Fort Leavenworth, Gallatin, Gladstone, Grant City, Hamilton, Harrisonville, Higginsville, Highland, Independence, Jamesport, Kansas City, Kansas, Kearney, King City, La Signa, Lansing, Lathrop, Lawson, Leavenworth, Lenexa, Lexington, Liberty, Lewisburg, Maitland, Marshall, Maryville, Maysville, Mound City, Odessa, Olathe, Oregon, Osawatomie, Osborne, Overland Park, Paula, Parkville, Platte City, Plattsburgh, Pleasant Hill, Pleasanton, Polo, Raymore, Rich Hill, Richmond, Riverside, Rockport, Savannah, Sedalia, Shawnee, St. Joseph Airport, Stanberry, Stanley, Stewartsville, Tarkio, Troy, Union Star, Warrensburg, Wathena, Weatherby Lake, Weston, and Windsor.
Oklahoma City right now, southern Oklahoma though. We do have this coming out of Texas. This storm is severe and it's going to race to the northeast up towards Carter County and Murray County and Sulphur. And
the National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch 294.
Later in the afternoon. This storm, I don't think will end up being like these storms. I think we got to watch this, and we have trackers now honing in on that cell as it makes its way off to the northeast. So there's your watch. Still have a high threat of severe weather in any storm that develops from northern into central and southern Oklahoma for large hail, strong tornadoes. There's my tornado zone. Not going to have tornadoes everywhere, but any storm this afternoon into this evening will certainly have a real high probability of producing a tornado. Not every storm will, though. Here's future radar. Watch what happens here as we get into 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. Look at the explosion of these big storms. Some of these will certainly be trying to produce strong tornadoes, and that includes northern, central, southern Oklahoma, and that does include the Oklahoma City metro area. So right now, nothing threatening moving our way, but just stay plugged in after 3 o'clock this afternoon into the 4, 5, 6 o'clock time frame, and we will be here. Weather team is in, trackers are out, and here we go. 7 News 9, we'll keep you advised.
Very, very humid air. Very humid air. Temperatures are in the 70s. We're in the 80s. You can see it's up to 86 in Enid. So that dry air is now pushing across the areas to the east. So we do want you to be aware of what's happening. Again, severe thunderstorm mainly to the north and to the east. We have Dal watching that. New severe thunderstorm warning now. It has been added. So that'll be inclusive of northern portions of Mays, also northwestern Delaware, eastern portions of Craig County, and up around Ottawa County. So still that storm going strong. We'll have more information in just a little bit. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
If you're anywhere along up and down I-35, just to be safe from these storms, you do not want to be out when these storms are moving in. The PM drive, it's always slow, even when it's sunny and dry, but you bring in storms like these during the PM commute, and it's going to be a mess. So just trying to kind of give you a bit more time to not be in such a traffic tie up there, is to just try to leave early if you can. If you want to pick your kids up from school early, that's certainly a possibility as well. I know a lot of high school graduations that were slated for tonight have been delayed. They've been pushed until tomorrow. The weather will be fine by tomorrow, but this is why we are really concerned, and this is why we have our tornado watch out there for this afternoon. At 6:30, it's Perry, Stillwater. As you go down towards Chandler, east of Norman, and then these storms are going to really begin the race off towards the east here by about 7 o'clock, and they're going to continue to move into eastern Oklahoma. So definitely a really impactful afternoon. Our crews are out, up in the air and on the ground, and we and our entire team watching it closely. Keep it with KOCO 5 News. We'll bring you the first alert.
The National Weather Service has extended Tornado Watch 292 to include the following areas until 7 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. This evening in Texas, this watch includes one county in northern Texas, Clay. This includes the cities of Henrietta,
parts of the state. Our trackers are fanned out all across the area, and we've been having lots of closings coming in. So schools either closing early, after school activities have been canceled. You can find those at kfor.com/closings, and we'll be scrolling that on your screen here throughout the day. So severe thunderstorms now moving into northeastern Oklahoma, but more are still on the way. This is the risk outlook right here. So the red, that's a moderate risk, fairly rare, okay? Not maybe so much this time of the year. We're in the heart of severe weather season. Go to an enhanced near Enid and near Lawton. You see how the risk goes down really quickly into western Oklahoma. There's good reason for that. There is a dry line out to the west of Oklahoma City. It's sharpening up, and that is going to be the focus for our severe thunderstorms to redevelop. We had kind of round one come through already, and now we're looking for round two. So here's what we have right now. The thunderstorms will kind of push in on this. This is over toward parts of Lincoln County, so Chandler over toward Prague. Really small thunderstorms. They're really kind of being sheared apart almost. They're moving very rapidly, about 55 miles per hour toward Tulsa. Other thunderstorms near Tulsa approaching Grand Lake and Veneta up I-44. Again, obviously moving away from our area. So we go to Oklahoma City. It's quiet, but boy, is it really muggy out there. We've got a lot of wind in play. We go off to the south here, and thunderstorm coming up really quickly over Ardmore. So this is, again, another round popping up right before our eyes. So Springer, Ardmore, this is I-35 toward the Arbuckle Mountains in south central Oklahoma. Let's go to Corey Inman as we watch these thunderstorms next round beginning to pop up really quickly. I-35 south. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, Aaron, we're on I-35 between Springer and Ardmore. We're right underneath this thing. Just starting to get much structure to it at all just yet. Just some moderate rain and a little bit of cloud to ground lightning. Had maybe 4 or 5 bolts of lightning there to the west of I-35, but this thing just kind of went up here in the last 5 or 10 minutes. So, like you said, round two, and then perhaps the more severe stuff a little bit later on. Back to you.
All right, appreciate that. Corey Inman near Ardmore watching things for us off to the south. That storm bubbling up quickly. You see all these cumulus clouds right here bubbling up through the sky. That's happening everywhere. So we're seeing the instability. You can see the haze in the air. It is incredibly thick. So this is Springer. A heads up for Sulphur, as this is going to be kind of rocketing off to the north and northeast. The storms today, again, the movement is not slow. They're going to be coming up really quickly. And look at the lightning count here. we've gone from, this is a 15-minute loop, from nothing to about 37 lightning strikes. This is coming up really fast in south central Oklahoma. You can see the storms kind of stretching and being just really pulled apart. Another storm trying to come up near Healdton, and there's indication that we're going to try to get some here off to the south and west of Oklahoma City within about the next 1 to 2 hours. 1 to 2 hours. That dry line out to the west is going to try to form more thunderstorms out to the west and southwest of Oklahoma City. And again, they'll follow the same track off to the north as we go forward in time. Let's go over to Max 2 here and take a look. This is what we have for this afternoon. So the dry line, here it is in western Oklahoma. Storms are going to fire along that here next 1 to 2 hours. Again, there's the risk. So this is the latest risk area, basically Highway 81 and points off toward the east. So we're talking about high-end weather, really large hail. Yesterday, off to the north and east of Arnett, we had 5-inch hail. 5-inch hail, softballs and 5-inch hail, absolutely huge. And that possibility for extremely large hail is there for today. This is the tornado outlook here. Again, tornado watch. Highway 81 all the way off to the east continues until 7 o'clock. So the higher chance of tornadoes, the storms will form here, likely between Highway 81 and I-35, and then they'll race off to the east and northeast. And as they do so, the storms will mature and have a higher chance of producing tornadoes throughout the rest of the afternoon. So everybody needs to be weather aware. Next round is starting now in south central Oklahoma and likely farther off to the north as we go through the next 1 to 2 hours along that dry line. So Oklahoma City again in the moderate risk right here with a moderately high chance of tornadoes with any storm that does develop here throughout the day. So we've got our trackers out. We're going to be here to keep you forewarned throughout the rest of the afternoon into the evening hours. There's all of our trackers right there. You can see the clouds starting to billow up across Oklahoma City. Stay with News 4. We'll keep you forewarned.
This is side. Alan Crone is right beside me here, but Alan Hancock is right now up into Nowata. And taking a look at what Alan has for us. What do you have as you're coming into Nowata, Alan?
Travis, we're heading east into Nowata, like you said. Don't have a lot of visual or anything because the rain's coming down so strong. A nice little curtain here. Haven't seen any lightning yet, but the winds have picked up, probably 25-ish miles an hour at least right now. We'll get to the vantage point here in a second, stop and get an actual measurement. That's where we're at right now. Thank you.
All right, thanks. I think I saw you just going by a tractor, too. So, all right, hey, we're talking about conditions that are favorable for, again, heavy rain, wind, and hail with these cells. And then as you look at the hail core, that's near Nowata. So he's getting close to that as he's moving into Nowata at this moment. And then we have, as well, heavy rain, thunderstorms going down all the way to Chelsea, and that extends off to the east. And we also have Dell, who has been watching storms. He was in Claremore. These storms are moving very fast. We'll talk to Station in just a minute about that. Dell, gives an update from Claremore. Everything okay there?
Yeah, fortunately, Travis, the winds were really minor. They were pretty minimal, but as you can see here in our shot, the rainfall was just extreme, and it's a good thing those storms were moving that quickly, because if they would have slowed down at all, we would have a lot more significant road flooding. But fortunately, it's just been heavy rain, no hail, and probably winds no higher than 30 miles per hour. Back.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it. And then also on radar, we do have in the Tulsa area, most of these storms have moved out of Tulsa, and now we're in pretty good shape right around Tulsa. John's been checking out Tulsa. Additional cells are trying to develop out to the west of us. John, quick update from you about the metro area. Everything okay?
Well, you know, Travis, these cells are just kind of popping like popcorn this afternoon. We've got about 3 or 4 of them off to our southwest over in Creek County. If they hold together, they're going to come up to near Sapulpa and over to Prattville and Sand Springs. I'm headed out that way on I-44 right now to check those out as they move into the area. Back to you.
All right, thanks. So again, radar is very active with the rain and thunderstorms. Again, the worst is to the north. We're going to be watching that Shamrock storm a little bit, but back to the north and east with that line of thunderstorms. Stacia's been watching that. Stacia, what do you have?
Trav, the storm near Nowata has moved about 20 miles in 15 minutes. That puts the track close to 80 miles per hour as it tracks up through Nowata County. This will take it, it's already kind of outran my track now, but Lenapaw, it's in town at this point. Elliott coming up next, Coffeyville by 2:10, so that's just about 7 more minutes for Coffeyville. Valeda by 2:14, Edna by 2:16, Liberty and Bartlett, that's going to be up in Kansas. That'll be by 2:20. So again, very, very fast movement here at 80 miles per hour across the eastern half of Nowata County and western Craig County, Trav.
Wow, that is unbelievable speeds. And we are watching as well. The tornado watch has been issued for areas of Kansas, southwest Missouri, also into portions of northwest Arkansas, I believe. So with that in mind, just no matter where you're traveling, if you're going north to the northeast or to the east, you are under tornado watches, including, of course, here. The only thing I want to point out real quick is down to the southwest, back on radar, we have a couple of these thunderstorms trying to form. So there's one that we're going to keep an eye on that's west of us. Some of these will possibly start to build. The dry line's still out west, but even further southwest, if you could go. These storms are just becoming severe at this time, and they're starting to rotate. Alan was
The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch 295 in effect until 9 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time this evening for the following areas in Texas. This watch includes...
If we could, we'll take one look at that. So if you're worried and you're in McAllister, the only thing we want you to do, and Hughes County, this storm possibly by 3:30 could be moving through Hughes County and then maybe clipping into even McIntosh County by the time we get to 4 o'clock. So this is an area in which we want you to be very much aware, because that's the beginning of what we think will be some significant severe weather to go with it. It's already severe thunderstorm warned. So back in the Tulsa area, we're good for right now if you need to do a few things. And it's not terrible. It's just typical thunderstorms. And unfortunately, though, as we go through the afternoon, better chances of stronger thunderstorms will be in parts of our area. And we'll continue to keep you updated. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised.
You got to unplug. You're not in front of the TV set. You're on your phone or whatever. News9.com, the News 9 News, and the News 9 Weather app. You can download those. It's free. It's easy, and no reason not to do it. You'll see us on Facebook Live today and News 9 YouTube channel as we get into the afternoon and into this evening. Tornado watch in effect until 7 o'clock tonight for northern, central, southern Oklahoma, obviously all of eastern Oklahoma, and we have new storms now taking off just to our south and east. But the threat overall in any one of these storms is going to be high. Not every storm is going to produce a tornado. Not every storm is going to produce gargantuan gorilla hail, but some of those storms will. And tornadoes, again, that threat is certainly high from northern, central, southern, and again, off into eastern Oklahoma. So the storms, we had storms earlier, they went away. New severe storms now taking off back near Stonewall, back to and near Sulphur, down to Springer, back down to Ardmore. These are all mid-level rotation storms right now, but they're still rotating. And another big storm down in Texas that'll be coming up into southwest Oklahoma. But going to have some big hail in here, west and northwest of Drake, at least quarters, if not golf balls. And that's going to make its way on and east of Sulphur. This is a rotating thunderstorm, along with the storm now west of Gene Autry. It's rotating, so we have to keep an eye on these as they make their way again off to the northeast. So there's your dry line. Here come the storms ramping up. You can see them really blossoming there. And the dry line is going to advance east, and as it does, we'll start to see other additional storms firing again up and down the dry line. So there's 3 o'clock, there's that wave, and then look at 4 o'clock today. See the new storms going on? This is a problem. These are going to be big storms producing large hail, damaging winds, and that includes Oklahoma City between 3 and about 6 o'clock in the metro. Large hail, damaging winds, and that tornado threat. We'll be back. 7 News 9. We'll keep you advised.
Welcome back to Let's Make a Deal. Look at this. $10,000.
Actually looks like hail, pretty big hail now coming right into Sulphur as we speak. And so that's going to move quickly up to the northeast. The speeds today for storms are going to be anywhere between about 40 to 60 miles per hour. So some real fast moving storms, but that's going to be Rough and Fitzhugh by 229, 234. And then we get into Ada there at 245. And again, if you're in Sulphur right now, that storm is dropping some pretty large hail. And so other storms that we are watching down in southern Oklahoma, there's one west of Ardmore. And then there are other storms down in Texas that we're watching that are moving so fast right now that they are going to jump over the Red River here pretty soon, and we're going to have to watch as the conditions are going to become more favorable for these storms to produce tornadoes as you go north of the Red River and come into Oklahoma. So we don't have any tornado warnings out there right now, but we are watching it closely for more, and our crews, they're out watching it. Okay, let me show you the latest with our tornado watch. Who's in a watch, who is not. Western Oklahoma until 7 o'clock, you are not in a watch, but central and eastern Oklahoma, we do have this tornado watch until 7 o'clock. Our tornado index, you can see how fast it drops off as you go just one or two rows of counties out to the west. There's a dry line out here. So if you're in far western Oklahoma, you're not going to have to worry about any type of storms there from Elk City to Woodward. But if you're central, eastern Oklahoma, then you can see our tornado risk really begins to ramp up. It's at an 8 right now for us here in the metro, Pauls Valley, Ardmore, Guthrie, Stillwater, as you go to the east. Also some hail, big hail out there for today. Up to baseballs, could even get a little bit larger than that with these storms. So what we're looking at here with visible satellite, we're looking for cumulus clouds to begin to firm up right along the dry line. And the dry line location is going to be somewhere right now from Lawton, west of El Reno, and as you go up towards Enid. So far western Oklahoma, clear skies, you're fine. But we're looking for cumulus clouds to begin to go up here. And so right now I am watching this little band that's going to be down by Lawton. You can even see it extends west of Wichita Falls. That'll be something to watch over the next 2 hours here. So here we are, storms again moving to the east. We're going to watch for additional storms to begin to develop, and this is 5 o'clock here. And so from the metro down to Pauls Valley, down towards Stevens County here, up and down I-35. Look how fast these storms just take off, and especially as you go just east of I-35 by 6 o'clock. So it's Ponca City, Stillwater, east of Guthrie, and then going east of Norman towards Shawnee, Seminole, and Holdenville by 7 o'clock. And then those storms are quickly racing into eastern Oklahoma. Right now it's about 218. So if you have the opportunity to get off of work early today, don't want to be dealing with these storms during the PM commute, I would highly suggest if you work anywhere up and down I-35 or you're a little ways away from home and it usually takes a while to get home, I would try to get off work a little bit earlier, probably before 4 o'clock, just so you're not out when these storms are coming in. The PM drive is always slow as it is, but you bring in the risk for severe weather, and sometimes things can get just a little bit worse out there, and certainly people tend to just not drive when there's a little bit of panic that's in there. So we're hoping that the storms can stay out of here, but we are definitely watching for additional storms to come into the metro in about the next 2 to 3 hours. Again, our crews are out. We're watching it up in the air and on the ground. Keep it with KOCO 5 News. We'll bring you the first alert.
You know, your
get into the crevices of your soul.
Yeah, you got to. Those who run, I feel like that's no life. If you're just constantly running from your emotions and your triggers and traumas, and no, we have to face it.
17, gusting to about 30 with a 72 dew point. Here's the tornado watch. This is for the potential for large, damaging, long-track tornadoes. They could be violent tornadoes. Right now, there are no tornado warnings, not one. That may change soon down near Ada, Pontotoc County. The tornado watch includes Canadian, Kingfisher, Logan, Oklahoma, Cleveland, McLean, Grady, Potawatomi, Lincoln, and the Stillwater area. The entire metro under that tornado watch until 7 p.m. Until 7 p.m. this evening. Near and to the west of Highway 81, really west of 81, there is not a tornado watch. So you folks in far western Oklahoma, you are not under a tornado watch. But there's the central part of the state. Here are the supercells redeveloping with developing wave number 2. Now the Davis, Sulphur, Arbuckle areas up toward Ada. You folks in Pontotoc County, stay alert. Murray County, Pontotoc County, up into Hughes County, and Seminole County. Stay very, very alert. These are developing supercells with wave number 2. So there are no active warnings for northern Oklahoma right now. We're talking about Enid, Ponca City, Perry, Guthrie, no active warnings. And here's the metro. There's Kingfisher, Guthrie, Edmond, Oklahoma City, Norman, Minco, Tuttle, El Reno, Yukon, Piedmont, over through Chandler and Shawnee. There are no active warnings. There are no right now, at this very moment, no active warnings for the metro. So the setup here, we've got wave number 2 now starting to intensify quickly. This is to the east and southeast of Oklahoma City. There's what's left of wave number 1. Supercells trying to reorganize now up near Manford and Keystone Lake. Those are moving into northeast Oklahoma at about 60 miles per hour. Focusing now on wave number 2 as these supercells become more and more organized down here, and they're moving northeast at 60 miles an hour as well. That supercell coming from the east side of Ada up toward Holdenville is the real deal right there. That could be up to baseball-size hail. Tornadoes may form very quickly in that, and look at the hook forming over Sulphur. So Sulphur area, be alert. Sulphur northeast up toward Roth and Ada. You folks in Ada, Pontotoc County, everybody in Pontotoc County, you have to stay very, very alert. Look at that hook coming up, and these are bigger, more energized supercells than wave number 1. The humidity's been able to climb with the heat, so it's now catching up to the high instability, and these are a notch above what we had with wave number 1. You can see how quickly that's evolving right there in the Sulphur area. This is important for you folks down here from Murray County into Pontotoc County, including Ada, all right? If you know anybody in Ada, it'd be a good idea to make sure they know about it. I know they're all tuned in. They need to be tuned in. There's your time of arrival because of how quickly things are evolving and how fast these are moving today. There's Ada there by about 2:40 or so. It's 2:20 right now. So in 20 minutes, that energized supercell will be moving into Ada and Roth even before that. And there is developing shear. Connor Toon's looking right at that. Our storm tracker, he's been watching that very carefully, tracking it very carefully. Here's Connor Toon from the Sulphur area right now. Connor?
Yes, Mike. We're turned off of Highway 110 just east of Davis. We're watching this, that hook that you're talking about. We're watching it through the precip, though. We had to approach the storm from the north, which is not ideal visually, but it is coming up. It's coming to the northeast. So we are going to kind of stay with it here as it approaches the Sulphur area. But we have a look at the updraft. We're looking at it through the rain currently. As it kind of lifts and passes this highway running from Davis to Sulphur, we will have a good view of it from the south, southeast, which will give us a much better, clearer view of that updraft. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, Connor, thank you so much. Let's go over to Lynx 1. Let's go over to Lynx 1. Again, the rotation is picking up on this. You see the hook there trying to come on around. So the bottom line today is that we're under a tornado watch. Possibility of higher end tornadoes is there with 4-inch diameter hail. So notice the hook there trying to come around Darty over there to the east of Davis and Sulphur just by a couple of miles. Heading on right up into Sulphur right now. So the core's over Sulphur, and it's going to be tracking right into Sulphur there, Murray County, from there up toward Roth. And the rotation rate, the mesocyclone's definitely getting larger here. Aaron Sanders is north of this, looking at it coming up on him. So this is developing here. That rotation's coming up. That's a large mesocyclone sitting right there. Go Aaron Sanders.
Yeah, Mike, we're on the north end of the storm right now, coming up on Byers at the moment. I'm looking to my south right now. All I'm seeing is rain at the moment where I'm at. I'm still a little distance from the storm. We're making our way to it. We're going to get on it and get you all shot, and we're out here tracking it. Back to you.
Yeah. Let's go over to Connor Toon. Let's go over to Max 1. Max 1, Connor Toon on standby. Max 1. Look at the hook. See that? That's the real deal right there. You folks in Sulphur, all up the highway to Roth, we're likely not going to be going back to programming based on the way things are going here because they're forming here very fast. That's a real deal, powerful supercell. That's a big mesocyclone sitting in that. Look at it coming around. It's visually coming around as you watch it second by second with us. Sulphur up to Roth, up to Ada. You folks be prepared to seek shelter. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. That is looking more and more like there could be a significant tornado developing at any time in the Sulphur area right now. Heading up to Ada. Let's go back over to our tracker there in Davis, the Davis-Sulphur area. Let's take a look. Every scan that goes by, that mesocyclone is spinning up. Go Connor Toon.
Yes, Mike, we are heading east on Highway 7. We're heading east of Davis towards Sulphur. And that area, that hook, that rain-free base, it is now, can you angle the camera there? We're going to angle the camera for you. So that's to our southeast. If this storm's lifting north, to get a good view of the base and the area where we would be concerned about a tornado, we're probably going to have to slice into this hook a little bit. It's a maneuver I'm not too fond of, but it is something I've done before. We're probably going to have to slice into it to get under the updraft and get you guys a good view of this base right now, Mike. Stand by.
Okay, you folks in Sulphur up to Roth, up to Ada. This is a developing situation here in terms of this wave number 2 now energizing. And that's a big mesocyclone in there that is gradually spinning up and lowering down to cloud base. Right over Sulphur, up to Roth and Ada is where that's tracking, moving a mile a minute, moving at 60 miles an hour. You can clearly see before your eyes it's taking on a screaming eagle look to it. Screaming eagle there, like an eagle with his talons down, right? Screaming eagle, the hook there starting to anchor and even turn a little to the right. So the storm is rooting now into the very bottom of the cloud base, which tells you the inflow which is dragging across the landscape into the mesocyclone, is dragging and then going into the meso. The storms, we call it rooting, and that storm is rooting. Let me know if the Weather Service starts to ping us here on tornado.
Not yet, but they. I'm a little surprised they haven't. A couple things to note: they're going to be moving it to Sales 2, and then if you look at the Henrietta Wichita Falls storm, that one looks classic right now.
We'll go
That's
forward.
on the way.
We'll go forward to the Wichita Falls storm. There is Sulphur. The lead storm, by the way, is just east of Ada. It's lifting quickly up to Holdenville. This is wave 2 here forming. So we're talking about Atwood and Calvin and Holdenville by 240. It's 227 right now. That one's got large hail and damaging winds. It also has pretty strong wind shear with it. So you folks in Hughes County, in Holdenville, the entire Holdenville-Calvin area, stay alert. That's going to be I-40 up at Okemah. I-40 at Okemah as well. Aaron was talking about this cell here. This is heads up down here for Carter and Love counties. A lot of the computer models are saying that there's going to be a large tornado down here in the next 90 minutes in the Red River Valley, down into Love and Carter counties. A lot of models say big tornadoes down here. This is going to be the Ardmore area, Windstar. This is east of Archer City, southeast of Wichita Falls right now. There are a lot of models that say that a large tornado comes out of this supercell right here. So that's a heads up for Love County, Carter County. There's the Red River right here, so it's lifting up toward Healton and Wilson.
Thackerville, Lake Murray, Ardmore, over toward the northern side of Texoma, the west and north sides of Texoma, maybe right down Texoma. So that's going to be far south central Oklahoma, but that cell, a lot of computer models say that a large tornado comes out of that cell here in the next 90 minutes or sooner. In the meantime, we have this hook continuing to develop right over Sulphur, lifting up toward Roth and Ada. So let's go back over to our team of trackers there in the Davis-Sulphur area. I believe that was Connor, and he's on the Gentner right now. Go Connor Toon.
Yes, Mike, we're still pulled off of Highway 7. We're coming up on Sulphur now. So I'm looking at the base. You can kind of see through the rain and the haze. You can see the base right there. I don't, hard to tell because it is very, very hazy right now. But you're looking at the base. It is kind of maybe a little bit of a cone or bowl. It's pretty low. But this is coming northeast towards this highway, towards Highway 7 in Sulphur. So if you live in Sulphur, this storm is, I'm not seeing anything that screams immediate tornado on the ground, but it is definitely ramping up and definitely in an environment where it needs to be watched. But you are looking, again, right at the base of this storm. This is going to be located to the south of Sulphur, coming into Sulphur now. So lifting up from the south towards Sulphur. Mike, back to you.
Okay, very good. We're toggling through radar views here to give you an idea. We just showed you where the metro was in relation to this. This is 75 miles to the southeast of Oklahoma City. Cell merger taking place right now. Cell mergers can oftentimes be an energizing effect. It's pulling in some inflow right over Sulphur. So we will see what happens with this as it goes up through Rolfe, the highway here from Ada down to Sulphur, but that's a high-end supercell. Severe thunderstorm warning, large hail damaging winds with it. It does have a broad, large mesocyclone that is yet to tighten up. Let's hope it does not tighten up, but it's got a large, broad mesocyclone with it. Definitely a heads up for you folks in Ada, though. Everybody in Ada should be totally keen and totally aware that this is now approaching you at a high rate of speed. There's a cell merger going on, and rotational velocities are picking up at the cloud base. Connor Toon had a bowl starting to form at the cloud base. So heads up for you folks there. Let's go over to Lynx here and look at it on Lynx.
So they just put a tornado warning on the Clay County storm. So
Yeah,
that's
this one here.
That's the first tornado warning of the day, so we're starting here.
Yeah, so here's the first tornado warning of the tornado watch that's in effect. So this is the one where the models have the models put out a large tornado, quite possible here with this one. So this is going to be heading up here. I would simply avoid the Carter, Love County area. I wouldn't be traveling down there because this may have 4-inch plus diameter hail, and there is potential of large, long track tornadoes today. This is wave number 2 coming on out. And
First down in southern Oklahoma, then we'll see additional storms develop up the dry line. The dry line now is just west of Oklahoma City. Trackers, they are out. We've got Tom down here. Everybody's out today. We've thrown out Grandma. She's going in as well. We brought in our sister station, again, KO's trackers from Tulsa. They're down here. Choppers are ready to go. Everybody's ready to go, but we have this one severe storm down in Sulphur. Let's go to Tom Pastrano. And there's your watch box. It's in effect until 7 o'clock here. Then we'll go to Tom. There's Tom's shot. And this does have a mesocyclone.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a SAY tornado warning for southeastern Clay County in northern Texas until 3 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 2:29 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles east of Blue Grove, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
Wall cloud or any defined true rotation, but there is a lot of motion in the storm. It's very dark. It is passing to the east, northeast of Sulphur, and I'm keeping up with it. Back to you.
Okay, all right. So that's going to be, again, the Sulphur storm. He's in Sulphur right now. All right, back to Lynx 1, tornado watch until 7. Now, this stuff's going to fire along and just west of I-35. The next wave of storms we think going to be right in here, kind of on the western side of the box, right, of the tornado watch. And then they're going to ramp up and race northeast. And right now, still, again, the dry line is actually right about in here now, right? It just keeps moving east. So we'll say Highway 81 to the east is where the threat of large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes certainly will be. And talking about big hail today, tennis ball, baseball size hail, maybe even some softball size hailstones thrown in. And tornadoes, yes, are certainly possible, if not likely, EF1s, EF2s, and there might be even some high-end, like strong tornadoes.
In this complex. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, the rotation is halfway between Sulphur and Rolfe is where it is, and it looks like it's tightening up and getting smaller and tighter and a little faster. So the storm, there's a cell merger going on right now. Cell mergers temporarily slow the mesocyclone down because elements are feeding into it, but once those elements complete that process, oftentimes it's an energizing effect. And looking at the way radar looks, this supercell is much larger than what we had earlier today. The instability and heat have caught up with the high wind shear. So these are a notch higher in potential compared to wave number 1. This is wave number 2. And as of yet, no storms have formed west of Oklahoma City. As of yet, some models indicate between 3 and 4 p.m. that we get some storms forming between I-35 and Highway 81, just to the west and southwest of Oklahoma City, and quickly move through. That's between 3 and 4 p.m. coming up in about 30 minutes from right now. It could happen. In the meantime, these continue to intensify, and there may be potential for tornadic activity going up here. The meso is just southwest of Rolfe now, lifting quickly up toward Ada. And we'll go ahead and take a closer look. There's your time of arrival, Rolfe right now.
I've got the Durant radar on Lynx 1 if you want to take a closer look.
Let's look at Lynx 1 here. We'll take a look. This is going to be from the Doppler down in Durant on Lynx 1. And this will be a look at it, looking at it from the other direction. This is looking from Durant up here toward Rolfe. And it's got inflow into it, which is clean. The cell merger has finished. So it has clean inflow coming in. You can see right where the notch is located between Sulphur and Rolfe right now. That's where the mesocyclone is. And it's going to be heading up here right into Fitztown, Fitzhugh, and Ada is where that's going into Pontotoc County. So you folks stay alert. See the colors there starting to come around. There's some differential or back and forth wind shear located at that mesocyclone location with really strong inflow going into it. We can see that happening on the Doppler velocities. So this storm is definitely one to be watched. Back over to Max 1. Let's go back over to Connor Toon. Ground truth on that. There's your time of arrival. You folks in Pontotoc County, definitely stay alert. Go Connor Toon.
So, Mike, we are coming up the Chickasaw Turnpike towards Roth right now. So we've gone north out of Sulphur. We are taking this turnpike. It's going to basically lead us right into the most...
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for north central Cole County in southeastern Oklahoma, northeastern Pontotoc County in east central Oklahoma, southeastern Hughes County in southeastern Oklahoma, until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 2:35 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 6 miles south of Allen, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
It looks like it will track south of Holdenville, but that is a new tornado warning for Hughes County. You see how fast that developed? So there's the developing TVS right there, tornado vortex signature. It's going to be south of Allen and due east of Ada, and it's moving northeast at a mile a minute, 60 miles an hour. That's a tornado warning now for an Oklahoma County, Hughes County. Now, not for Oklahoma County, for an Oklahoma County. It's our first Oklahoma tornado warning. We have one tornado warning down in Texas. This is going to be southeast of Oklahoma City, and this is going to be Hughes County with a tornado warning. Northeastern Pontotoc County, tornado warning. It is just south of Allen, moving up.
The hook, the one that Tom's on, and then we have the other hook, now going to be just southeast of Steedman. That's where the tornado is going to be, and it's making its way northeast. Okay, so here's Calvin, and Holdenville is going to be to the north now. There's the tornado right here, just north of JD. And there it is now, southeast of Steedman. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a little closer analysis of this. And moving still northeast at 50, 55.
So the storm itself is moving that fast. The actual tornado warning portion of it is for like 30 to 35. So it's trying to turn right is the thought that will happen.
Yeah.
Right now, it's still racing to the northeast. So
right.
I'll put a track on it here, but I'm going to do it for 50 just to give people extra lead time.
Yeah, absolutely.
We haven't seen a whole lot of that. Not yet anyway, but it's starting to, at the further east it gets, the better environment it gets in for that. So not only are we dealing with this storm here, there's also other storms that have developed over here east of Graham and just west of Jacksboro. Those storms are kind of elongated out, kind of almost looking linear, if you will. And right now, the main threat with that area is heavy rain and maybe some smaller hail and maybe some increasing gusty winds here. So that's what we're watching. There's also other big tornado warnings there of east and southeast of Oklahoma City and Shawnee, some big supercells over there. Now, as this supercell that's tracking through Clay County, it's going to clip northwestern parts of Montague County, and as it does so, and it moves over into Jefferson County, you may wind up seeing this thing try to spin a little bit more. So there's a chance, anyway, that it could wind up maybe having a chance to perhaps produce something when it gets over into that area.
It's going to be right here, right there.
And there's maximum rotation.
Right there. Okay, so.
And I've got the storm track on 2 when you're ready.
Yep, links 2. So it doesn't look like it's on the ground right now, but it's definitely spinning.
And I did it pretty wide, David, to kind of include it. It starts to turn to the right a little bit more.
Yeah, no, it's good. I think you're right on here. Allen at 246, Gertie 249, Stewart 3 o'clock. We'll say Haywood 312, and we'll say Choctaw Casino at about 323. And then it'll move out of our viewing area. But we got to get this thing through Hughes County. If you know any friends or family, or anybody you like or don't like that lives in Calvin, down to Gertie, down 270, and then from 270 back to the southwest, lowest level, center part of the house, okay? If you live in a mobile home or a trailer and that's headed for you,
I don't really think that, at least for now, that there's that the tornado threat is going to be significant there. And again, I do see rotation, and it may be a little bit better than it was. Now, just barely a hair east of 287, and the longer that this persists, the more concerned you have to get, because the more likely it is to perhaps start producing a tornado at some point in time. I am going to jump over. I'm going to take Cameron's feed. Cameron's got a really nice look at the storm
here real quickly. That and also golf ball size hail. And there have been actually numerous reports of actual golf ball size hail that has been going on. So there is some very, very dangerous precipitation ongoing. You can actually see that hook real well just to the south of Allen here. And again, you kind of see it pop up. We can kind of pop up, I can circle it here. It looks like Steve's getting the hail core situated as well. So very, very dangerous situation with this kind of a supercell. And again, it is moving very, very quickly off towards the northeast at about 30. They say 30 on the warning, but probably maybe a little bit faster because, again, these storm motions are showing very, very quick storm motions overall. Of course, we've got a lot of mess going on here, but yeah, if you're just joining us, folks, we just had this tornado warning issued. And again, we have the area of location. Steve is diagramming that out for us here, but you can really...
One big thing we'll report, definitely have a wall come, there's no questions about that. But in terms of funnels or anything roping out, haven't seen that quite yet, but you know, given the atmosphere, as it moves off to the northeast, it does look like it's moving into a bit more of a better atmosphere for this thing to become a bit more favorable to produce a tornado. You can see plenty of rain curtains as well with this thing, but yeah, so we're like only a mile away from 287. We'll get on 287 and probably have to go just a hair south before we can cut up back north again. Because, I mean, I don't know, it's tricky, Ken. You can, if you want to give some ideas here, we can potentially cut back north towards the Henrietta area, and then if this does go north east of 82, that would put us in a better position. But we got to kind of map this one out because the eastward extent is getting cut off here very shortly for us.
Oh yeah, you're gonna. I know the road network. I knew there's going to be some issues over there. Just try to position yourself the best you can here. So the rotation is getting better. Cameron, I know you're listening to me now. On radar, this rotation is just southwest of Ringgold. It is, not a confirmed tornado, but to me, the circulation. I'm gonna walk to the wall here. The circulation is getting a lot better than it was. Frame me up right there, Kyrie, if you will, please. I mean, it's a little bit off here. But there's your rotation there. Here's 287. There's Highway 82. Oh, okay, that's right. Well, tell them I've got too much headroom there. Yeah, there we go. So there we go. We got Highway 82. Here's Ringgold. There's Highway 81. And for whatever reason, our radar shows this here, the Goldberg School District right there. So I guess this is Goldberg right in this area here. And Belcherville between Nocona and Ringgold. But there's your rotation. So what happens is you hear Cameron referring to and talking about the rear flank downdraft. People ask me all the time, what is a rear flank downdraft? Well, thunderstorms have rising motion and it has falling motions, okay? The rising motion is the updraft, which would be right there where your rotation is. What's happening is that updraft is think of it almost like a vacuum, if you will. That vacuum is sucking up. It's helping to pull that warm, moist air. All this energy that's over here, it's pulling it up and sucking it up into the updraft. That's what's fueling it. And when we have this much energy in the atmosphere, not only does it allow that updraft to maintain itself, but it lets that updraft and the winds flowing upward in the storm to get really, really strong here. So, in fact, let's go back to Cameron.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 3 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time for East Central Clay County. At 2:42 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles north of Bellevue, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour.
Roping out or touching down right now. You still got good RFD coming in. The winds, looking at the winds, it looks like they're flowing pretty well into the storm. They're not overly strong. It's not necessarily pulling in a lot of, warm, humid air right now. I mean, it's still pulling in air, but it's not an aggressive pull of the air right now. That's something you watch for these storms to see kind of what are they feeding on? Are they feeding on good air? Are they feeding on cool air, humid air? And if you look, our temperature on the tracker is reading 76 degrees. Our dew point also reading 76 degrees. So these cloud bases are going to be very low. A lot of good warm humidity at this time. So that being said, this does have some really good, the best way to put it, some food for the storm to feed on with the way the atmosphere is out here. So you're not seeing necessarily those aggressive bands flowing in the storm like we saw a couple weeks ago in the Knox and Baylor County areas, but definitely does have some favorable air flowing into the storm. But you do have a beautiful wall cloud on the
so it's just one of those May days that we have to be prepared for. This is going to be tracking to the northeast with we have a lot of lightning. Stacia has been working as well with Storm Track. Stacia, what do you have for us there?
Trav, the movement on this is going to be northeast northeast at 35. So that will take it up from Allen now and then up towards potentially Calvin. This is still talking Hughes County, but clipping the northwestern side of Pittsburg County in the next 45 minutes. So the track does include Stewart. That would be by 312, and that would be more if it takes kind of a right turn. So we're going to still acquire for that, or at least include that in the track potential. If that happens, it'd be in Stewart by 312. Also, Lamar needs to know this would be there by 320. Again, it's northeast at about 35 through Calvin, and then eventually up into the northwestern portions of Pittsburg County.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. This is, I mean, this is part of that atmosphere that we were talking about. And if you've walked outside today, it is just, you almost can cut it with a knife, because we really haven't had that much in the way of really high humidity and what we call dew points. That's a measure of the moisture in the atmosphere. And so what we're watching with that is that moisture is building up. We have a dry line that's out to the west, and then there's a wave of energy coming through. So the combination of all that is what has been pretty much forecast for a good week and a half, almost 2 weeks out. I mean, it looked like a big storm system coming in over the weekend. The only good news is we haven't had hardly anything happen to us yet, but that is going to change. As far as the tornado watch is concerned, that's what you have in the green. The yellow is the severe thunderstorm warnings. The red are actual tornado warnings. Now, when they're flashing red, that means it's an observed tornado. So that means it's actually happening. Right now, it's what we call radar indicated, which means there's a pretty good chance it could be a tornado, and if not, it could become one very quickly. So that's why if you're in southern Hughes or central Hughes County, we'll want you to be aware of that. Our severe thunderstorms are back to the north as well. Our temperatures, very high humidity values across the area. Notice we're in the upper.
But again, Justin, are his roads good? Does he have good roads east?
Yes.
Okay. I don't see him.
Here, I'll turn them on. There you go.
Okay.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a Yee tornado warning for northern Cole County in southeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Seminole County in east-central Oklahoma, Pontotoc County in east-central Oklahoma, southwestern Hughes County in southeastern Oklahoma, until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 2:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Fitzhugh, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
I know. Lowest level, center part of the house. Tornadoes developing now just to the southeast of Fitzhugh. But if it turns north at all and occludes, it's going.
Tornadic circulation yet. There is definitely spin in here, but I have not yet seen that little sign yet that shows me that this is definitely producing.
The National Weather Service in Hastings has issued a tornado warning for eastern Nance County in central Nebraska until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 2:46 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Fullerton, or 24 miles south of Albion, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour.
Ringgold. Some of this hail could be pretty large, and that's moving into the southern part of Jefferson County. These storms are moving pretty fast, and they're going to be through pretty quickly here. They'll move across northern parts of Montague County, and then they'll move through the southern and eastern parts of Jefferson County really, really fast.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northeastern Pontotoc and central Hughes counties. At 2:47 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado was located near Allen, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour.
All right, so back to the west, it's really dry and warm to hot even. Vernon, those areas. But you jump out ahead of it, and it's real soupy, real humid. You know how it's been all weekend long. And these storms are developing, you know, kind of out ahead of this dry line. You know, we didn't get storms.
Into the sky, we can see that. And there's Allen. The tornado is going to be just to the east and southeast of Allen. Tornado here on the ground at East Farm Road 1470 and North-South Farm Road 373. 1470, 373. If you live north in this location or north and east of that, lowest level, center part of the house, you don't have time. You got to go now. Okay, tornadoes on the ground. This is going to...
Hey, Aaron, is Sequoia seeing anything on that at this moment? Is it...
he's trying to get in position. There's some trees there, but he is heading due west kind of towards that area right now.
Okay. And Stacia, what is the speed of that?
35.
35 northeast or east northeast?
Northeast.
Okay, so if we're in this, we're in the area, and with this showing up, this is basically a tornado. If it isn't, it's got to be. So I'm hoping the folks in Allen are taking their cover because it's there now. They have to be in cover because that rapidly developed, and that again is just in the Hughes County area, just moving into southern Hughes County. And Stacia, I know for folks that are just watching, can we give us another update?
Yes, so I have a new track that we just put together here, and it will take it from right in Allen now up to Atwood and Calvin. If you know anybody that lives in these areas around these communities, give them a call and let them know what's happening, just in case they are not aware. They have heavy rain and storms. They may not be aware of how strong and how dangerous the storm could be. So that's tracking up towards Atwood and Calvin, eventually Crossroads, Horntown to Lamar, and the speed is about 35, could even bump it up to almost 40. I think right now I have it about 37, and I will extend it around 45 minutes as well, because in this kind of environment, it's probably going to stay with us for a while. It's not going to go away anytime soon. So up towards Carson and Scipio. Scipio is on the far, I would say, southeastern side of this track, and more likely it stays hopefully on the north side. But anyway, Scipio would be by 3:30, Lamar by 3:18, Carson, and that's when we're getting into our viewing area. So potentially kind of up around the county line of McIntosh and Pittsburgh County. And we'll also want to be paying very close attention if you live in Hanna, in Rayford, in Dustin. So anywhere around Lake Eufaula, this is a storm you want to be clued in on for the afternoon. Trav?
All right. Hey, thanks so much. So again, what we're watching is more than likely a tornado that's on the ground right around the Allen area, moving northeast there. So as Stacia was mentioning, with that, we have two of them. So we have two supercells showing up right in here. So now we've issued a warning for severe thunderstorm warning. Bob is in track for that at this moment. Hey, Bob, I'm going to go to you for a moment. I know you're moving through some traffic right at this second. But if you would, give me an update on what somebody's trying to fertilize, it looks like. Let's go to Bob's video for a minute. So he's following that's a fertilizer truck right there. So I don't know if that guy's hoping to get the fertilizer down before it rained. Are you noticing just to your south, what are you seeing with that?
Yeah, right now, Travis, we're not seeing too much. We'll see occasional lightning. It's still south of us. We're getting ready to head east and try and get up where we expect it to get up by Interstate 40. So but you can see in my picture, I got a flag. It's coming out of the southeast right now, probably at about 5 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour max.
All right. Yep. Just saw that. Yeah, that's going there. All right. Hey, thanks, Bob. We'll let you go, but that gives you gives us an idea. He's at Okemah area at this particular moment. So you do see some of our guys back in here. Still waiting on see if that dry line is going to blow up in a little bit. Chloe, I don't know if you can on, or Jalen, on 15, weather 15, if we could do get a surface visible satellite picture, that'd be great. And so we've got our guys pretty much lined up for this strong to severe storms. But with the tornado warning now, this secondary part is going to continue to move, or I should say the first primary part will move probably northeast and east, and then the other secondary part might move north. So that could be a situation that's going to happen. But right now, Okmulgee County, you do have a severe thunderstorm warning now that's been issued from the National Weather Service, and that is expected to continue for about 45 minutes.
I'm going to put a line down. I'm just going to kind of go old school radar style, and I'm just going to put the lines where the gate-to-gate shear is, or like the couplets at. And if you look, instead of moving this way, it's moving this way. It's moving towards Atwood. It's moving towards Atwood. So watch out. And that, that was back at 2:42. Here we are live. And the velocities are increasing. So this could potentially be a long-tracked tornado. And there's a debris signature right here. So that means the storm is throwing debris up into the beam of the radar. So maybe the tornado lifted and there's still debris in the path, but I'm telling you, based on what I'm seeing on the velocity part, I would believe that it's still on the ground, and it's moving right up State Highway 48 Atwood. Atwood, you are taking your tornado precautions. Execute go now, you have very little time. You have a matter of minutes.
Yeah, you don't have much time at all, and you're right, Jonathan. This is lifting right up towards the community of Atwood, and so you're in your shelter right now. You're not delaying at all. You're getting there immediately with that right there. That is
a tornado warning remains in effect until 3 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time for East Central Clay County. At 2:53 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 8 miles south of Terrell, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
How far away are we from Atwood?
A tornado warning remains in effect until 3:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northeastern Pontotoc and central Hughes counties. At 2:53 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Atwood, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now.
And just look at all the rain that is just thrown up inside of that too, by the way. I mean, that is frightening, because all this rain coming up in here, be hard to see. It's be really hard to see, but this storm right here, inflow, and that is spinning right now. And so Atwood,
with what we're seeing. So just west-southwest of Calvin, we have confirmed tornado. Now, because that's blinking. So that was what we were looking at with what we saw with debris, what we think was in the air just a little bit ago that Stacia was pointing out. So this storm is tracking to the northeast, and now the tornado warning goes until 3:15. So it'll be Hughes, and if that continues moving northeast, that's going to be pretty close to Dustin and then also Scipio. Is Sequoia where he can talk to us for a second, or is he seeing anything yet? Aaron?
He's dealing with hills and trees, so it's been kind of tough for him, but he's looking.
All right. Just tell him to look careful so he doesn't run into that. Stacia, if you would, do you want to give us another update on that?
I will. So it's still moving northeast at 30, 35, and so this will, again, bring it up into the Calvin area to Crossroads. Now, the latest track takes it to Atwood here by 2:59. You can see the update is really wrapped up in possibly another circulation feature worth watching just southeast of Holdenville. But Crossroads by 3:08, Horntown by 3:14, and Lamar Trav by 3:22.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northeastern Cole, southeastern Seminole, northeastern Pontotoc, and southwestern Hughes counties. At 2:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles southeast of Ada, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour.
Calvin area, Stacia was mentioning. Give them a quick call. They better be in a safe spot real quick, because that's a pretty nasty tornado at this particular moment. Additional storms are forming back to the southwest as well, and we can point this out if we could. Back down, and we'll go a little bit further. So we have a severe storm, a tornadic storm down just on the south side of Ada. And then we have a new one forming down here between Sulphur and Falls City, and then Falls Creek. And then we have the tornado warned part of a storm, kind of interesting down here, Nocona, Texas. Why are we looking at that? Because that's part of that dry line and whole energy area that's pretty much now moving east. So the Sulphur, we'll probably see this
Hughes County, and even after the community of Atwood, looking up towards Crossroads and Horntown, this is a worst case scenario that we have on the way here with this storm that is spinning up to the northeast. We know the ingredients that we have out there for today. The amount of shear is pretty high. The jet stream is running through here, and so this is probably the highest threat for tornadoes that we have had in central Oklahoma for a while here, but we are still watching this storm rotate. It is spinning up to the northeast. And so if you're watching in the OKC metro right now, we haven't had our storms develop yet. The window for those storms to go up would be about 4
A tornado
o'clock.
warning remains in effect until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northeastern Cole, southeastern Seminole, northeastern Pontotoc, and southwestern Hughes counties. At 2:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles southeast of Ada, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour.
The debris, I'm not seeing as much debris in this as I saw just about a minute or two ago, which means that this may be trying to lift, hopefully. But when you see a velocity couplet like that, and you also look at the dynamics of the atmosphere today and the fact that we have a moderate risk for severe weather, I mean, you don't put your guard down at all for a storm like this. So again, that's going up into Atwood and eventually going up into, if you're looking downtown, or looking downstream, I should be saying, Horntown, Crossroads, east of Holdenville. Holdenville, this should stay east of you. Now, you're getting a lot of rain right now in Holdenville, but this may stay just east of Holdenville. Yeah, it would have to take a pretty dynamic turn for that.
I know. That looks a little interesting. And so does what's going on near Union City.
Yeah.
Obviously, but yeah, there's a lot happening here. What does shear rate look like? Okay, yeah.
Lightning's decreased quite a bit. We do have still a little bit of residual, but nothing substantial we can see right now. We'll try and get a better view and see if we can find, but right now things are looking looking nice.
That's severe, yeah, so that's a severe thunderstorm warning. They'll continue for just a little bit longer. That is moving to the northeast. Okay, thanks, appreciate that. So that's up to the north. And again, the other storms that were severe that had moved across portions of Labette and Cherokee counties has moved further to the north and east. So that's out of our area. So the only thing left is basically in Craig County.
The tornado warning for east central Clay County will expire at 3 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. The storm which prompted the warning has moved out of the area. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire.
Early release this afternoon.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for eastern Nance County. At 2:59 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles east of Fullerton, or 23 miles south of Albion, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour.
In here, and if we just do a broad circulation on shear right now and look what's happening, the strongest winds are in several locations. And so there's some winds that are coming up close to where Bob is, just south of Okemah. And so this is a very turbulent thunderstorm. And so there's a lot of energy right in this zone. So that's why the National Weather Service issued the severe thunderstorm warning up into Okfuskee and Okmulgee County. But this is where the action weather, or where the active weather is with the rotation with the supercell. And then also the secondary one continues just to be near Ada. All right, let's go to Station. She can give us a new updated storm track. Station.
I can, Trav. So with the storms, the severe storms that are going to potentially come up into the southern parts of Okfuskee County, we'll track that because there is some wind and some hail potential here right about Walika, south of where Bob is located. So that's going to move up again into, now it's in the southern portions of Okfuskee County, getting into southern Okmulgee County. So tracking that, and it's moving a little faster. That's going to go up to the northeast at about 55. So that will take it to Henrietta by 308, by Spelter City 310, Dewar by 311, Sunrise by 312. So again, that's wind and hail, heavy rain, but that's moving to the northeast. Then you have the circulation down in Hughes County that's right on the west side of Calvin, moved through Atwood, and now is headed up towards Crossroads and Highway 75 south of Horntown. That circulation's moving northeast at about 30, so that's just north of Sequoia now, and we'll roughly track that up towards Lamar. So that would be then in Lamar by 327, Horntown by 316. We hope that anyone who lives in the eastern side of Hughes County around Horntown and Crossroads, they're in their safe spot now. In the next half hour up towards Lamar, maybe even Carson.
Part of that flanking line, I don't see anything that's crazy with it. There's just a lot of chaotic motion in this area. At my location, which you know is right, it's really strong northwest winds coming behind the storm. So I'm going to get into Ada and then go east and try to get ahead of it. I had to take a couple of detours, kind of really hard chasing out eastern Oklahoma, but yeah, we'll try to catch the storm and get ahead of it. Back to you.
Okay, and what Tom said there's important. He said he has a strong northwest wind. So there won't be any tornadoes, at least in his, basically out his back door or behind him, at least not right now. Circulation is where it has been. That's to his east. That's why he has, again, that northwest wind there. So that's good, but we still have problems again off to our east. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1. And once again, talking about the tornado warning down south and east of Ada. And also, let's get, I'll tell you what, let's go back to the other one here, guys. Sorry.
What, you Ada?
Yes, the Allen, the Calvin.
Yeah, that's where we are.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
So right here, and there it is, tornado again, confirmed on the ground now. It went on and just east of Ada. There might be, Atwood. There might be damage in Atwood or just south and east of Atwood. And LabSat, Lace, let's see what we have here.
Yeah, it went just south. It was so close. It may have been right on top of, or just to the east of Atwood.
It might have missed you, but if it did, it's via.
Really, really wrapped up, sir.
Yes, it is.
I am trying to. It's right here behind these trees right now. I apologize for all the viewers. Give me 1 second, guys, and I'll see if I can get up here and get a better shot in this driveway that's
okay.
tore up. Right here.
So we'll look at it.
Right there is the left edge of it.
Okay. Oh, did we lose him? Did he bump off?
We just lost him, yeah. But he's back now.
Okay, he came back? Okay, good. Yeah, he's in a tough zone. All right, so it's just right in there to keep an eye on. We did have an observed tornado just because of the debris signature that came in. Also,
A tornado warning remains in effect until 3:15 p.m.
right.
Central Daylight Time for Central Hughes County. At 3:02 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Atwood, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
May be trying to cycle. Kind of weaken a little bit right now, and then we'll see if it kind of ramps back up again right over Crossroads. So we're talking again Hughes County, Highway 75, Horntown down to Calvin, talking a lot about this because it's moving northeast, and that would potentially then take it on a broad picture into the western side of McIntosh County. So we want folks to know, Hannah, Dustin, we're going to watch this storm, already seeing kind of its first cycle of the day. So right now, Sequoia, right where he is, just to his north is where we're watching that circulation. To the northeast at about 30 to 35. And so that will track across Highway 75 south of Horntown up towards Lamar. We're still talking about Lamar in this track, and Horntown wants those guys to be in their safe spot. If you know anybody that lives over in that area, give them a call. That would be by 326 for Lamar, and this is the half-hour track. If I extend it even further, let's go 45 minutes, and that would take it up to Carson by 335. Dustin also in the next 45 minutes. Hannah will be closer to about 50 minutes. So want folks in western Pittsburgh, western McIntosh County, and far northwestern Pittsburgh County to really be watching this storm. Trav.
all right, thank you so much. Appreciate that update as well as we try to keep everybody informed on what's happening. Jalen, also on our, is that our Facebook stream or is our News on 6 stream?
Yeah, on Facebook.
Okay, and we're trying to keep you updated if you do have some questions, or they can get them over to us. So the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for the area that's just to the north of that, Okmulgee County, and then also southeastern portions of Creek County, and then also Okmulgee County. Those are the ones that we're watching. Aaron, did you have something?
Sequoia's, the cells stuff is rough. Sequoia's lost his video, but he does have he is saying he sees something halfway to the ground.
Okay.
He's north.
Hopefully we can find his video. Yeah, I see it's in black right at this second. So, okay, we've, all right, so here's what we see at this particular moment. So the circulation feature right here, Sequoia's right by it. So it's halfway to the ground, but the video, if it comes back, we'll get a shot here in just a minute from you. So strong winds are about ready to hit him. You going to send him north, or are you going to send him east? You going to send him north there? Okay. He's going to have to get going to get ahead of that thing. So that's moving back to the north. Also, wanted to go up to Bob for a second and get Bob's perspective of what he's just starting to get into some of the rain right now. Here's Bob over at Henry.
Heading towards Sulphur, but this thing has rapidly just taken off down here, like most of these storms. So we're going to stay with this storm. And
a tornado warning remains in effect until 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for north central Cole, southeastern Seminole, northeastern Pontotoc, and southwestern Hughes counties. At 3:06 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Allen, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour.
Into west of Duncan. That storm is starting to go up too, by the way. It's
core of some chunks of hail that have continued to build. And we can look at it in 3D maybe.
Just highlighted. It does include Allen once again. So this is the second tornado warning in the last hour we've had for northeastern Pontotoc County. But Ada, you're no longer in this warning. You're still under a severe thunderstorm warning, and there's a storm coming in from the southwest. You can see it in the lower left corner of your screen down here near Roth on the wall here, if I could show that quickly, because we do have a couple of storms we're tracking that are moving across the area at this time. Again, the tornado warning still in effect till, as you can see, 3:30 p.m. for the areas east of Ada. Does not include Bing or Ada, includes areas to the east of that, including Allen, Oklahoma, there in northeastern Pontotoc County at this time. A new warning for thunderstorm, not tornado, is coming out of Roff. That one may contain.
And because of that, that's one of the reasons why. So that's what it is going on right now as that moves to the north. So you see the Tulsa area here, up here on the north side, but this is also part of the vertical look of what's happening with that particular
roads headed up towards Horntown. And so this tornado warning will extend for, I believe right now it's 309. Let me just double check here. We got a couple tornado warnings here, but this one expires in 5 minutes, so we'll be watching that. Other additional storms, again, are expected to develop. This is not the main show. This is going to be round one, and then we'll see additional storms that will develop pretty close to the turnpike. Right now, let's see, it's about 309. Give it about 90 minutes. I think the radar is going to look way different down by the turnpike and down towards Chickasha, down to Lawton. Still watching this storm rotating as it's moving up the cross
breeze, but it still is bringing in the drier air from back off to the west.
Yeah.
We're still in the low 70 degree dew points, but we have a southwest wind instead of a south-southeast ahead of the dry line. So something to watch closely that it could be advancing off to the east.
Yeah, and if that were to happen, right, if the dry line scoots through Oklahoma City, we are out of it, if that happens, right? But right now, the dry line, the trigger for new storms is still West Oklahoma City, okay? So, folks, we are nowcasting, which is not forecasting. It is, but it's nowcasting. We're forecasting hour by hour by hour by hour, literally, because it's a little bit tricky on what's happening, where the dry line's going to be. I'll say this, Lace, that's now taken off.
Yeah, this is the new cell that we've been watching south and kind of west of Duncan, and it's increasing for sure.
Justin, let's get Brandon. Let's see. What do you think, Justin? Brandon down to Lindsay and drop him. Let's get him at least. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And remember, it's really coming right at him. You know, he needs to just get a little bit south and then bust west, and he'll be right there. All right. So supercell in northern Texas. The tornado warning on that has dropped, but it's still a big hail producer. Now coming into all of southern Oklahoma here, at least on the Red River. It's going to Love County. It's going to get hammered. And up into Carter County, you're going to get trashed from Ardmore and down to Marietta, at least Ardmore. Ardmore looks like you're going to take a beating right now because it's moving now east-northeast, and it could produce a tornado, okay? Ardmore, back to the west and southwest, could produce a tornado as it comes into Oklahoma. So that is a problem. All right, let's come back north, and there's that shower. Boy, that's concerning.
I know.
Okay, Brandon's not very far away from it, though.
Yeah.
All right. So we have a cluster, many storms. And by the way,
there. Hey, let's look at our live radar, if we could, on that particular cell and just see what we have going on right in there. So it's picking it up. Yeah, so there's the core. Now it's just north of 40. And so that's where it's located. So just west, southwest of Sunrise, northeast of Okemah. Hopefully not too many people are having to endure that. Did you have something there?
Yeah, Bob said that he saw a group of bikers going west on I-40 out of Henrietta.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so they're going right towards that.
Okay, hopefully that gets through there before they get there. That would not be good. Could you imagine being on I-40, bikers? Oh. That would not
motorcycles.
Motorcycle.
It's like, no,
wait a minute, it's a bike? Okay, I'm not cool. Bikers. I got that now. Now I'm cool. All right. But it is serious, so hopefully, yeah.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Hughes County in southeastern Oklahoma until 4 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 3:11 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Horntown, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
If you are.
Can you hear me?
Now I can. Go ahead.
I apologize. The cell service down here is not the best in the world. I have a tornado almost on the ground. I am trying to get you a good shot on the video. Here we go.
We do see it.
It's still raggedy, but it is still rotating, and it has been for quite a while now. And it's starting to, I believe it just cycled, Travis. And so for the viewers at home, basically the storm's kind of taking them breath. And so right now it's getting its act back together, and it's probably going to put another tornado down here just any moment. And hopefully we can bring that to you live on air.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you don't have to. That would be the first thing. That would be really nice.
That would be the best thing.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right, but yeah, you
definitely for sure.
Scud down underneath it. So, all right, holler at Aaron if you see anything else. But that's that tornadic warned storm that we said in Hughes County at this particular moment. So you can see that's where moist air is getting sucked up into the base of this wall cloud at this particular moment. So that's what we're keeping an eye on at this particular time. And let's go back to radar and show you where he is. So he's literally looking back up into this at this moment. So that's the active part of this one. So we have a lot of wind, and so we brought it down a little bit and look at where the wind shear is the strongest. This isn't as strong as it was, but it's still cycling, and because of that, then we're watching areas to the north up around the Carson area, and then south of Holdenville we have some strong winds as well. So further south we go, and then also up around Okfuskee County. So you see with the rain and thunder. So we've got basically 3 cells right now. So we have the one that's split up and is moving north and has really developed. Can you put that into a quick loop for me, just the last 15 minutes? Notice how this is splitting up and just moving due north. So now there's a huge hail core in this one as well. So that's out by Seminole. But what we're finding at this particular moment is up around the Okemah area. That's where that hail core went through. That's why the warning now. We'd really like not to see this continue moving north toward the Tulsa area, but that is something that could happen. And then as well, we see and you see it on the left side here with what's going on. So this is Sequoia's video and what's happening there. So that kind of gives you a bird's eye view. So you can continue to see there. But we have 3 big cells, and so that's where the biggest concern is. And these are all moving northeast at this time. Speaking of moving northeast, let's go to Stacia and have a new storm track and what's going on, Stacia.
We can do that. So the first one we'll track is the one that kind of split off and is moving more north and bringing in the hail potential to eastern Okfuskee County and western Okmulgee County. So this is some strong wind, but it's hail up to the size of, as Trav mentioned, maybe baseball size hail here, and that's going to be in a pocket of far eastern Okfuskee County, northeast now of Okemah, and it's moving northeast at about 50-55, so that's pretty quick. That's going to track it up towards Beggs and the west side of Okmulgee. So here's the latest track. Morris by 316, Morris, not Morris, Oriental by 316 as well, and then New Yucca by 325, Edna by 330. This is Edna, Oklahoma, not Edna, Kansas. Preston by 330, Beggs by 332. So this storm, as Trav was talking about, broke off and is moving north very quickly right now, so that large hail.
Sure. I mean, it is extremely unstable out here, so storms can explode in a big hurry. I'm going to take my camera and I'm going to show you. I can actually look to the south now, and I'm starting to be able to see the tops of that storm. So bear with me just a second. I'm going to bring my camera around, and off in the distance there, you can actually see the top of that storm starting to blow up. That's the storm that's down near Duncan. So we'll start moving a little bit further south down toward Lindsay and be in a position to intercept that. I still have some question marks about how intense that storm will be due to what we call subsidence or sinking motion around the other storms that are further south. But there's no denying it's there, and we're going to be in a position to intercept it if it comes in toward just our viewing area here on the south side.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that we were talking about with that storm is the storms that are south of it, how it's going to impact it. But that's going to be, let's see, okay, we're down by Sulphur here. We were talking about the storm that's actually going to be going up, and that is going to be this one right here. It's not severe yet, and as we mentioned before, these storms down to the south by Waurika and right along the Red River may help to at least keep that storm from getting too wild, but we're going to have to see how that moves and then how these storms move right here.
Very, very closely. To the south, we still have a tornado warning for circulation down by Allen. But again, that's the big picture for now and what's going on. We're going to continue to see these storms. And what we're watching for the Tulsa Metro is the storm that's coming up out of Okfuskee County. So John Durkee's in Glenpool. He is headed south. So this storm here that is northeast of Okemah, and it'll pass on the west-southwest side of Okmulgee, that's going to come up into north-central Okmulgee County. Trav may be watching this for Glenpool and Bixby and Mounds and Kiefer, because that could be coming up in its general direction.
Oh my, yeah, and we still are indicating some hail sizes that are pretty chunky, 2 inches in diameter. heading up in that direction. So that's kind of the biggest one. And the Seminole storm too are the ones that have the biggest hail chunks and the most potential for some damage. So that's why we want to make sure that you're just prepared as that moves to the north. So far around the Tulsa area, everything is okay. And because of that, we might try to take a quick little commercial break to take a look at what's going on. We'll do that possibly in a minute. I wanted to point out up to the north as well, severe weather has now ended across the north side. So
with that, we have again the hail being produced by the updraft. The tornado is the updraft, and the tighter these colors get, the brighter the difference between the red and the green, the higher chance there is a tornado in there. Again, to be clear, there's not a tornado warning in effect for this storm at the moment, but we're watching it closely. Gentlemen, how about our warning in Pontotoc County? What's the status on that?
Still no updates to pass along on that. Again, they're focusing on a lot of the hail that's coming down with these storms, at least at the moment. And again, if the current storm is on track for where it's supposed to go, it should expire at 3:30. So this warning only has about 10 or so minutes on it. Of course, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming now for Stevens, so just kind of more of the same. At least this supercell seems to be the main focus of attention, or will be. I would imagine by now the other storm cells starting to kind of move out of the area here. So again, folks in Ada, we haven't forgotten about you, but we are at least kind of focusing attention a little bit more on that Red River storm as the other one starts to exit the area here. So again, no formal updates from the Weather Service, which sometimes that's good news, because if we get a lot of updates, that means a lot of stuff's happening. But it looks like we may have a feed. It's kind of going in and out from one of our chasers, but we'll see if we can get that coming up. But, and here, I'll zoom out here so we can kind of go back and see where that tornado warning is.
Okay, we now have that video, I understand, there, Brian, so let's go ahead and bring that up. This is Joe Beza, one of our storm chasers located northeast of Nakona. So he's looking back to the southwest towards this very dangerous thunderstorm. Out here, the cell service is pretty limited, but we are getting a feed from him. And we're going to get him on the phone here in a second and see what he can see out there again. This is in the off of Highway 32 in southern Love County, northeast of Nakona, Texas, right where that storm is threatening.
Yeah, it looks very dark. At least right now, can't quite discern any sort of lowering. But of course, those darker skies certainly indicative of that very large hail core that we're likely about to get. So
what is impressive about this is that this storm is able to drop golf ball size hail while it has all of these storms down to the southeast impacting its inflow. So there's not a lot of, there's hardly any clean inflow into this storm, but it is still able to drop hail that big. That right there tells you what the atmosphere is doing today, is that you can get a big cluster of storms, and it takes a lot of energy for golf ball size hail to come down. And when you're able to do that and you're on the northern fringe of a line of storms there, yikes. So instability, the highest we have had in central Oklahoma with severe weather, for this year. Yesterday was high, but we didn't have any storms. Saturday night was pretty high, and we had those softball-sized hailstones there falling at 10 o'clock just east of Oklahoma City. And so, but
the National Weather Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for northern Hughes County in southeastern Oklahoma until 3:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 3:20 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles southwest of Horntown, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour.
Then we're going to take a quick break. So here's the warning area, the warned area for this hail, and this is moving toward the Tulsa area. John Durkee will be watching that in a minute. And then as well, circulation features continue. Sequoia is kind of in the heavy rain, so you can't really see where that's going on. Let's go to velocity for a minute and take a look at base. And so the circulation is there. It's very turbulent. And then there's the one that's to the south, right around the Kelvin area. So this is the other, so there's like two of them that are close to one another. And so they're rotating and spinning as they move to the northeast.
The tornado warning for north central Cole, southeastern Seminole, northeastern Pontotoc, and southwestern Hughes counties will expire at 3:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The storm which prompted the warning has moved out of the area. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. Remember, a severe thunderstorm warning still remains in effect for Pontotoc County until 3:45 p.m.
Okay, so this is now a supercell. And again, look at the size of it compared to the other storms. It's very small. It's not very big, but this is certainly a concern. You can get a tornado out of something that small, right? And that's going to make its way from Duncan over to Purdy, Pauls Valley, down the line. You folks in Garvin County and Pauls Valley, you're under the gun right now, okay? So just be thinking about it here, okay? Pauls Valley, we'll see what it does. Paola, it's ways away. How far is that?
I was going to draw a track on one.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead.
I'll do that real quick, hang on.
Good track. So, again, Duncan, it's just west of you. It's not a very big storm. Hail sizes are not that big. Nickels and dimes, maybe some quarters, but it is already developing a hook, okay? Already what we call shear developing on the southwest side of the storm, and that's going to be right here, okay? And that's going to make its way to Duncan, and then Hope, and then up to Pauls Valley. So Garvin County, that storm is going to Garvin County.
Okay, I've got it on links 2, David, and I
Okay.
have it moving also at 50. May speed up, may slow down a little bit depending on what it's doing, but
Yep.
that looks like the kind of path it's taken at the moment.
Yep, and you got Duncan. So Duncan at 329, Lindsay 405, Maysville 414, Wynnewood, well, Pauls Valley 423, Wynnewood 424, Purcell 427, Ada at 5 o'clock, and we'll do Shawnee at about 5:05. Okay? So, yeah, it's a biggest storms down here by far. But this is a small supercell, but it is severe and it's getting stronger. Okay, it's getting stronger. Let's go back to links 1, and trackers again are scattered up and down the line for the anticipation of additional storms to develop. We've got other folks again down in southern Oklahoma right now. And Brandon is going to make his way down on this storm. Big storm down in Love County, damaging hail, golf ball to tennis ball size hail down in Love County. Might even have baseball size hail for you folks down in Carter and Love County. Ardmore, heads up. Okay, so big line of storms here, all supercells, some big, some small, rotating storms, big hail with that, and big hail west of Okmulgee.
David, speaking of big hail, switch back to links 3 real quick. This is
Okay.
from Seminole
Links
at
3?
the Chevy dealership. You
well,
can see him just blasting down into the parking lot, into the water.
Is
big
that
splashes.
Is that the Chevy dealership?
That's what the email from the viewer said.
Well, we're going to have a hail sale. There you go. So that's sad.
Oh man, can you see the windshields on there? I was trying
Yeah.
to look.
Yeah. So that is Seminole. We were talking about the hail coming into Seminole, and there you go. That's exactly what happened. That's pretty big hail. Golf balls, maybe some tennis balls.
Yeah, and radar was indicating baseballs at least somewhere in town.
Yeah. On that shot, I see lots of golf balls, which is damaging cars. Okay? All right. So there you go. Seminole, you got trashed. Could have been worse, I think. It's pretty bad. If your car is left outside, you have hail damage in Seminole, at least one mark or 5 or 10 marks. All right, so back to links 1. And once again, severe storms in our eastern viewing area in Seminole County. They're all severe. Let's go back to this down here. This is trying to tighten up now.
The tornado warning.
Yes,
Okay.
sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, tornado warning storm here. That's tighter now. That's kind of cleaning itself up a little bit. And I'm looking at Sequoia Shot. Yeah. Actually, I was looking down here. at
Yeah, and
that.
that's where shear rate's ramping up some. Again, near Calvin, right
Yeah.
to the west of, to the east of Atwood.
Yeah.
Kind of a new hook on the southern end of that storm. It's a completely different storm.
Yeah.
Than what
but
moved through earlier.
It's coming up. So if you live, again, in Dustin, back to Carson, Lamar, and again, Sequoia's in Lamar. I'm looking at his shot. I don't see anything right there that's just off the charts. Tornado safe spot, lowest level. That area of spin is up to the north now. And there's another area that's trying to do something on here. It's just broad, not tight.
Here, I'll lapse it and take it back. It's just interesting how this has evolved. So there goes the first circulation's almost to Dustin now.
And it weakens, though.
Weakened big time.
So it's still there, right there, little area of spin, but it's weakened. Now this is coming up, but it's also broad. It's not tight. We don't see all the bright colors, the bright reds and the bright greens and blues next to each other. And also it's wrapped in rain. Lots of rain, but need to watch this southeast flank side down here, down near Calvin. Need to keep an eye on that. All right, so Again, from Calvin up to Lamar.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Jefferson County in southern Oklahoma, northwestern Love County in southern Oklahoma, southwestern Carter County in southern Oklahoma, until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 3:28 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles south of Grady, moving east at 35 miles per hour.
I've told a friend of mine that hail core was coming, so he hurried and ran outside, put his pickup in the garage, and he did it so fast that he tore off the fender off of his pickup, and then he blamed me for it because I made him nervous. So I'm trying not to make you nervous, but this hail core, as it moves to the north, if you're going to put your car in the garage, go slowly, is what I'm saying. Even if you don't have a pickup, go slowly. So this is probably a good idea if you ride at Beggs, because this is that hail core, so maybe 2-inch diameter size hail or larger. And if this is falling, which we do believe it is, we'll probably have some pictures coming in here in a few minutes. This is going to continue to just track right on up. And so we're at Highway 16 near New Yucca, getting the main hail core. See what live radar looks like right now, if you could, for me.
You know, Hughes County and the Holdenville area, down towards Pontotoc County where Nick is at, and then down towards the Duncan area. So watching this storm go up. Good point that you made there, Damon, is, you know, the interaction between storms. There's a lot of storms down to the south, and these storms can spread like a big anvil, and that anvil can shut down storm development. It can also, there can be sinking on the backside of these storms, which can really impact. So again, but it just depends on the flow and what these storms are doing. That Duncan storm would be the next storm downstream that would impact Pauls Valley, Wayne, Lindsay, Lexington, and Slaughterville. And still watching, you know, is a dry line going to fire west of the metro? We still have that chance. The dry line's west of the metro right now. And I'm actually looking for building cumulus in eastern Canadian counties, so we're going to have to watch for that.
Yeah, we certainly will. And a couple things, I was looking at the surface winds here. They're a little bit more south and southwest. Now, you can still get a tornado threat, but also you can get some really large hail when you're watching those winds as they kind of veer a little bit down to the southwest. Just something to watch, and we'll see what the winds are looking more like as the storms continue to develop. By the way, brand new tornado warning was just issued for far southern Oklahoma. Just a heads up for those that are going to be down by Ardmore and Marietta. This storm just got a tornado warning on it as well, and so it's a big mess down here, but that just triggered a tornado warning. It's crossing over the Red River right now, so that would likely make a run towards Ardmore. And then
that little spin you see, that is located basically right there along 287 between Henrietta and Bellevue, and it's going to kind of pivot up this way. I don't know that rotation will persist that long, but the Weather Service could issue a tornado warning for that. We'll see.
Not seeing all too much in the way of impressive totals, at least right now. But again, it could form a tornado at any point. These storms, at least in the area, have had history of at least producing tornadoes at times. So again, folks, going to kind of clear this and just kind of zoom out on what we're talking about. This is for that new tornado warning now that's going to be approaching into Love and Carter, mainly Love County, but into southern portions of Carter County going forward. And again, this is going to be hitting I-35 here pretty quickly. Now, with this, the details that we have, let me get a track on that real quickly. And you can see that it's going to be moving 35. So definitely get the
actual tornado warning, and they're rotating. And so that's what we see there. We have the severe thunderstorm warnings in areas surrounding that. So that's the target zone for the worst storm. Again, this is down by I-40, well south of Tulsa. We have that hail core coming up into Tulsa here in just a minute. So let's get to station, get a storm track on what's going on with the tornado, and then we'll take a look at the hail core in just a second.
Okay, Trav, I've tracked the first area of circulation that's coming up into Destin now. And remember, there's two that we're watching down in eastern Hughes County, both tracking northeast. I have this one moving at about 40. That will take it up potentially to the south side of Henrietta. So we're going to watch that really closely for you. But if that happens, that's going to be by 3:53, so that's about 20 more minutes. Dewar by 4 o'clock, Gulftown by 4 o'clock as well, along with Dighton and Coletown. So again, a couple areas of rotation. I'm just tracking the first one here that's southwest of Destin. There's another one, as Trav was pointing out, down by Sequoia, and that would kind of come up in line on the southern edge with kind of the storm as it tracks up into the western side of McIntosh County, southern Okmulgee County. Looks like it'll maybe stay out of Pittsburgh County and kind of impact more of western McIntosh and up into southern Okmulgee, Trav.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. And a look at the hail core that we're looking at to the north. There could be some strong winds. And so we have both John and Dale pretty close to one another. Are you going to split them up, or is you going to see if they're going to split the seas, or they're going to just stop the hail? That's what we'd like for them to do. If they
Okemah did have a 53.
They did?
Came through.
Okemah? Okay, so that's some strong winds in there. All right, here's Beggs. Here's where Dell is located. Sequoia's got a pretty good shot. Let's go to Sequoia's shot first, if we could. We're going to go back south on that storm. So here's what we're looking at. So it's kind of a ragtag look to what's going on underneath this. But this gives us a pretty good idea. So it's very turbulent, as I said. It's not super organized, but it is turbulent, and that means there's going to be some strong winds blasting in and out of that, and anytime that just kind of gets a little umph, that could turn back into a tornado. So that leading edge from Dustin to Lamar is worth noting, and we do have tornado warnings tacked on to that for this time being, or for the time being, so just be advised. Okay, back into the Tulsa area and what's going on. Here's a look at Beggs and the hail core, again, just pushing across and moving from around Highway 16 area, Beggs, and just right to the south. That's continuing. And here's a live look at what's going on. So the hail core, Preston to...
It looks like it might be back in the rain, so it's going to be very difficult to see. And so, unless you're right up on top of it. But we can see the rain shafts, we can see the rain and the potential hail back in there kind of coming in our direction, but as of at this point, it hasn't got to us yet. So.
Well, I got you on the phone. Let's talk about that a second for our folks at home. So this is one thing we encourage people to not do, is to go out there and try to see these storms, especially when they're HP supercells like this, the high precipitation supercells, because you just said something I want to key on, and that is, can't see it, it's probably back in the rain. So in your chasing experience, how does that work out for folks?
Yeah, when it's in the rain, they're very difficult to see, and it's really
right here. But yeah, it's very foggy, and even though we did have some heavy rain, the temperature is still in the 70s, and we have south winds here. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Tom. Again, that's the mesocyclone right there. Tom's looking right at it. There's the left side of it. There's the right side. This is.
It was right to our southwest. So again, this is going to be southwest of Ada, moving northeast. And this area that we're concerned about, that we're looking at, it's going to come again to the southwest to west side of Ada, right where we're at. So now, again, we're talking this time span of 2 minutes. It was a kind of a nub lowering. Now it's dissipated and it's sort of wispy again, which is a good sign. But again, that just goes to show you how quickly these things can cycle. We also have big hail. I am noticing on radar, again, just to our southwest. So the southwest and west side of Ada, definitely some big hail being shown on radar. Back to you.
Hard, appreciate that. This is a definite area of spin that's heading toward Ada. Not the biggest storm, not the biggest supercell that we've seen. It is following in the wake of another one ahead of it. This is the Durant radar, so it's a nice radar to help fill in parts of south central and southeastern Oklahoma.
John, back off. Aaron, back off, John, to the west. It looks like these cells are rapidly popping up now. So right now, we'll take a look at that and see if we can see anything, and see if anything shows up out to the west, because these look like they have just started developing. That was the concern, because this is going to be more west toward the dry line area. And so we'll have to take a look. Let's take a look at T5. Can you punch me up, Stacia? Yeah. So this is what we're looking at out west. This is the Arkansas River. We're downtown. We're looking west, so it's a real grungy sky, but there's thunderstorms trying to develop now just to the west of Sand Springs. And so that's part of what will be the line of thunderstorms that are coming across the area. Those will continue to develop, and so we'll see how that goes. Is Brandon, can he peel around and take a look at the clouds? Maybe, hey, Brandon, if you're in an area, can you look back to your east and tell us what you're seeing with those thunderstorms right now? Haven't talked to Brandon. Hopefully he's not taking a nap. Brandon, you there? One more time. I can't tell what direction he's looking either, judging from this. So, all right.
He's facing to the north currently, according to his GPS.
He is? Okay.
Yeah, I'll try to get in touch with him.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, I kind of threw a curveball at him there. So here's the latest look. There's some gusty.
But, yeah, boy, big cluster, man, Tulsa, moving into Tulsa right now.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 4 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time for northeastern Hughes County. At 3:37 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 6 miles north of Lamar, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
To the northeast, but it's still severe, but the intensity, it's gone up and it's just kind of holding its own. It's holding its own right now.
Yeah, it was exploding, you know, with the lightning count with it was coming up, and at the moment it's not doing that. Still got a lot of lightning, still a severe storm, but it's not rapidly intensifying anymore currently.
Yeah. What's the lightning count on that?
5.
And
it's come down from what it was.
Yeah, so it's what do Vills look like again?
They're still the same. They pulse down a notch.
Okay, yeah. So it's not exploding, okay? It's not just...
She's right there. We see her shot, though, and he's near Courtney, so you can see some of the little bit of kind of lower clouds on his stream. There's a lot of rain out there and a lot of other storms that are kind of making things a little bit hard to see. Corey, let's try you again. Do we have you here? You're far south central Oklahoma near the town of Courtney. Go ahead. All right, that storm again, tornado warned, Carter, Love County, so big heads up for the city of Ardmore and Marietta. Ardmore is just a couple miles away from the warning, but you're close enough. Lone Grove, Wilson not in the warning, but again, very, very close, so we want to...
60-mile-an-hour winds and half-dollar size hail possible. So again, this is out still ahead of some of the overall unstable air. Again, we're tracking just one tornado warning at the moment, but it becomes a little bit more problematic when we start to see these cells popping out ahead that are still in the very, very unstable environment here. So folks downstream need to be paying attention to that, checking in with the Weather Service to see if they are at least looking at any sort of tornado threat. Haven't heard much of a peep out of the stuff going on in Carter and Love County, at least right now. Again, that's always good news when there's not a lot of talk about that, because it really means that not much is going on. So this is still, though, the area of concern that we're keeping an eye on.
32nd Street and Highway 1. We are watching this lowering, changing shape a lot, but it gets really tight for a minute and then it'll kind of blow back out. So it's still trying to strengthen up, but we're not seeing the velocities actually on radar that we would see normally if it's about to produce a tornado. But we've seen a couple times where if you were outside and you saw it, you'd think it was a tornado, just how low it's. I mean, there's just so much moisture in there. These things are just pretty much scraping the ground but I mean, they're not necessarily like producing a tornado at this time. But Damon, I'm going to get this back onto the wall cloud itself. I mean, it continues. I mean, it's an ominous look as it comes into the Ada area. And this area has been, and I mean, I'm watching on the sides here. The ditches are full and the water's running through. So I know that flooding is going to be another issue down here today. Back to you.
Yeah, watching that down in Ada, definitely they've had some flooding issues out there. We saw it there on Saturday, and so something to watch. And that's where Ada getting the storms coming in. Long line of storms, by the way, that runs down into western Pontotoc County. By the way, you're watching KOCO 5 News at 4 o'clock. Obviously, the big weather story for this afternoon, it's our moderate risk for severe weather. It's our tornado watch that goes until 7 o'clock. So this tornado watch, it's an evening tornado watch. There may be another watch issued later, kind of depending on just how long these storms are going to be with us, but we are watching it. Let's go back over to WSI2 if we can. One thing we were just looking at here just moments ago, there's some lift, there's some motion in the atmosphere that is running out of the panhandle right now. This is out by Amarillo. See all those cumulus clouds? There's some lift coming in here. So as that interacts with this dry line, we may see some additional cells try to develop here. So we're not in the clear yet. So far, all of the storms have been in southern and in eastern Oklahoma, you know, basically running from east of Wichita Falls to Pauls Valley to, Wichita Falls to Ardmore up to Ada and Holdenville. But there's a chance that we may see some additional storms go up here west of the metro based off of what's running out of the panhandle right now. So long story short, we're not in the clear, not even close right now. Let me go out to Storm Command. Michael, we've been watching this cell. Let's go back over to the radar, by the way. We've been watching the cell that's currently up in northern Stevens County, getting ready to make a run into Grady County here. And so it's not particularly strong.
That gives us a pretty good indication of what's happening right in there. John is heading off and going to be heading a little bit more, catching those storms out west, but that core is continuing to move. So here's a look out of Jinx as that storm's coming in, and so we're looking south, and you can see the mall down in here, the outlet mall, and so that's coming in on Jinx right now with heavy rain and no gusty winds, so that's fine. Nobody's upset about that. But it is really, really dark, and so that warning continues. These cells look like they're rapidly increasing again, and so John's...
And this is the storm just northwest of Ada. This is what we're watching right now, and is that updraft of that storm. And right now, again, still just a base, still some rising motion, but nothing that screams immediate tornado genesis or anything like that, Aaron. Back to you.
Okay, appreciate that. Flash flood warning now coming out for Ada because of all the flooding that you were showing us live. That folks were trying to get through and get around. Flash flood warning just because, you know, this storm, it's not the biggest of the day, but it is more rain on top of an already...
Warnings in effect for these areas that I'm showing you here, because obviously, I'm going to turn off the warnings because there's just so much flashing there. It's hard to see.
2 inches plus.
Yeah, 2 to 3 inches of rain in Hughes County.
Yeah, Hughes County. So we say this all the time, but people still lose their lives. Do not drive into water, turn around, don't die.
So what we're going to be doing over the next 90 minutes or so is obviously watching this storm, but then seeing if additional storms can go up. If they stay isolated, then obviously the risk for tornadoes can increase. If we start getting them all clustered together, while you do have a tornado threat, you can also get some really intense hailstones out of it, like we just had in Seminole a little while ago when we were dropping golf balls. So the wind direction that we have out there right now is still favorable for tornadoes, and so brand new warning here was just issued. This one actually points up to this one is almost, if I take this warning and just carry it all the way up to the northeast, outside of it, I mean, it's Blanchard, it's Norman, it's Noble. So brand new warning here, just issued moments ago. There is a bit of an inflow notch that is starting to pop up on the radar here. And this one, we want to say we're going now a little bit larger hail. So the hailstones did just pick up a bit there in size. Now we're going to $50. So quarters up to $50. Hail core is going to be there on the northern side of Rush Springs. We're now coming into southern Grady County, but that storm is starting to go up here, and it's getting a
situation for the folks down here. So be prepared for that. Bob's sitting up in Henrietta right now. Bob, quick update from you. What do you have? Bob? Go ahead, Bob, if you're there.
Yeah, go ahead, Travis. We were backing up. We're starting to get strong winds, about 35 mile an hour gusts. Rain's moved in real heavily here at 75 and Interstate 40.
Yeah. Okay, let's, Brandon's right here. And let's get an update from Brandon here.
Okay. And I'll get a track going on that.
Okay, yep, that'd be fine. Brandon Pennell, you are coming in from the northeast. Give us an update on that storm. Okay, give us an update on that storm.
Yeah, David, we're in Lindsay right now. We were just talking about it in the truck. We've been seeing some kind of little boundary, outflow boundary or something that was floating around, and there's multiple towers now that are from this storm just southwest of Lindsay all the way back up to the north, probably up somewhere around Chickasha. They're kind of turkeys right now. They go up, they kind of come back down, but they're thinking about it. We could tell that this storm really weakened, and then it seems to have got an uptick, and we've got strong southeasterly winds feeding into this in Lindsay right now. So the atmosphere, and we're sitting at 85 degrees, so the atmosphere in front of this, if it turns back to the northeast and gets off that northward movement, is still pretty prime. So we're trying to get in position. We're going to take the highway north and then back northwest and get right in front of this thing and let it come right over the top of us and then get underneath it and see what's going on. Back to you.
All right, nice job. Hey, Brandon, before you do that here, let's give me just a second here. I just want to make sure that you shouldn't go south. I know what you're thinking about. Just hang on. We'll talk to Justin. We'll get this figured out here. Let's go back to Lynx 1 here. Let me take a look. Lapses.
Okay.
Let's see. There's the hook. Okay. Yeah, he's going to be fine. You're good. Tell Brandon he's good. Yeah, get up towards Brad.
You know, be the lone storm. Looking at some of the high resolution forecast data, it says that these storms still lay down sheer tracks. Despite the main activity being displaced down to our south, this storm might do it. And then we're also going to have to watch for other storms to possibly go up on the dry line. Now, that storm right now does have a little inflow notch. Now, on most days, you know, what really gets my attention is where we have winds out of the south. And when you have a wind, we call it a backing wind, a wind out of the southeast. A southeast wind, if you want to see a tornado, that's what we're looking for. Now, the winds right now have veered a little bit. I know I'm kind of using some terms here, but a veering wind, a southwest wind, does decrease sometimes a low-level shear. That being said, that can also be trumped. I've seen tornadoes with a southwest wind, southwest surface wind, because the jet stream winds are so strong. Michael's right on that storm right now. It does have a little tiny inflow notch. I wouldn't call that quite a hook echo just yet, but that's kind of the area of circulation. We're just going to have to watch it as it tracks to the northeast, but eventually, if you look at its storm path, you know, that's going to take it into potentially the Norman area, I would say, in about hour and a half. So we're watching that very closely, seeing how it's interacting with the atmosphere.
Yeah, and you're right about the winds here. If the winds are getting a little bit more from the southwest, you're right, you can get a tornado out of them, but the greater tornado potential is probably going to be east of I-35, where we have the winds coming in from the southeast. So now, on the other hand, this storm can still drop some pretty large hail, and it looks like the hail sizes are going up. Just got a report there just moments ago of what's now pushing close to ping pong ball size hail.
Turning as it came across Interstate 40. Back to you, Trav.
All right, thanks. Again, tough go here in this area. Very turbulent. And
a tornado warning remains in effect until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northwestern Love and south central Carter counties. At 3:49 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles south of Wilson, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
You can ask him offline what his winds are. What direction are his winds right now? Are they out of the west or? Because it's kind of interesting to see what's going on in here.
They were coming out of the southwest, right?
So more of a, so it's a southwest? South? Okay. All right. So that's part of that system. Moving on. All right. So massive area of rain, thunder, lots of lightning, wind, power outages down here. We'll get some updates on the amount of power outages coming up in a little bit, but this is, again, a huge thunderstorm.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 4 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time for northeastern Hughes County. At 3:50 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Dustin, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour.
Moving into McIntosh County. So again, tremendous lightning, tremendous amounts of water falling at this moment. You can see around the Lena area, and that's headed up there, and we'll have a station do a storm track. We want to mention the other warning, though, that's northwest of Tulsa, downtown Tulsa, because that one is also pretty powerful. And so we've got the turbulence down south, Shelter now, Henrietta. So that's a bunch of wind. That's moving northeast with a severe thunderstorm warning now pushing into portions of Muskogee County.
We don't want to get down too much on semantics. I think you've got a very dangerous storm that could affect you with, at very least, some damaging wind and hail anywhere from Ardmore west, okay, along Highway 70, and we're seeing hail indications of about 2 inches there. Again, that's a big increase from what it was just a short time ago. The storm is cycling. It's picking back up strength. We have a little better defined notch now appearing here on the southern flank, which is where tornadoes usually occur because they can feed into that unhindered fuel supply coming in from the south and east. So we're getting stronger inflow coming in, and all the indications are that this storm is picking up some strength as it tracks about 35 miles an hour to the east-northeast. And that's the official track, but it definitely looks to me like it's going a little more in this direction. We'll see if that persists, or perhaps the storm is reorganizing, and it could be that this becomes a dominant circulation and it continues on its track. Anyway, folks, it's a dangerous one. It's a bad storm, and let's see if we can get Joe Baiza back on the phone perhaps and give us an update on that. Guys in the back, if you got any video from him, we'll take that. If not, we'll stand by.
Looks like we do. Hold on. Get it full screen.
Reminder that we do have also a very intense storm moving into Marshall County. Nothing to mess around with there. It's a bad storm. And let me show you that one here on the screen. This is
we do have a feed. I don't know if we have them on the phone.
We have a severe thunderstorm moving into Marshall County. You can see that here in the center of your screen. Tremendous amount of lightning. This is coming in toward Medill. Looks like it'll be passing right over Medill or just to your west. We have high winds in this, possibly some damaging hail. Whatever you guys got, we'll take and see it on the air.
Kind of interesting. I feel like it does need to get some additional separation so that it's not in the sinking air from those storms to the south. I'm really concerned about that part of it, for the health of this storm. It would be fantastic if it would stay in that substance, because that would keep it from producing probably significant severe weather. But I've noticed the trajectory of the storm is a little bit more north-northeast, and if you even saw the original severe thunderstorm warning from the National Weather Service, it's deviated to the left of that track from the initial warning also.
It certainly has, and so the more space that this storm can have with the storms that are south of it can certainly allow it to continue to increase. If you're looking for the good news out of this, because the storm has already developed, the winds are not particularly favorable like we have seen east of I-35 for this to produce, a tornado. It's still there, and it still can produce a tornado, but the wind direction is moving a little bit more to the southwest, and so let's hope that that can help keep the tornado risk on the low end here. So here's Norman, by the way. So the storm is not that far off, and actually some of the clouds from this storm are now starting to blow over Cleveland County. So if you're outside and you're saying, hey, the clouds are starting to get a little bit dark, what's going on here? It's this storm, and it is on the northern fringe of this polygon here, which at that current track, it would take it towards Blanchard, OKC, Moore, and Norman. We're hoping that it does not become tornado warned, but if it keeps having this separation with it, then that would be concerning. Also, just looking south of this storm, by the way, I'm seeing real early signs of additional storms trying to develop. Nothing that's really going to be visible on the radar, but the Q field, or the cumulus cloud field, as we call it, down in western Stevens County, going in eastern Comanche County. I am starting to see more cumulus clouds go up. What does that mean to you? That would just indicate that there are additional storms that are trying to develop. So we may be watching for more storms here. Any storms that are going to impact the metro would have to develop down to the southwest, and they would move up to the northeast.
And that would leave Oklahoma City high and dry. Okay, that's what we've been talking about because of all the storms that have gone up to the south and east of us, and that's a chance that certainly happens, and we are left with nothing.
The latest high-res data still pops several storms kind of right along I-35, a county west of I-35 in north central Oklahoma as well. We'll see. I mean, there's still that window there for that to happen.
And that's way away from any convection.
It is,
so that would make sense. But the storms that have been close to central Oklahoma, that is a problem. And it's a good problem to have because it stabilizes the atmosphere around it. Other storms that we're going to try to go up on the dry line are like, oh, I don't think so. I think that's why that storm is struggling again to the southwest of the metro. So Lone Grove at 4:05, Springer, let's see, at 4:20, Falls Creek 4:30, and we'll do Doherty at 4:31, Davis at 4:35, Wynnewood at 4:46, and Hickory at 4:51, okay? But making its way northeast, Sulphur's up in here. Sulphur's right there, and that's where the tornado is, right here. It's right.
The sky is kind of taking on an orange twinge just to the northwest of downtown. I'm coming in on Highway 75, not far from the refineries. And you can...
The tornado warning for northeastern Hughes County will expire at 4:00 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and has exited the warned area. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire.
So again, that's construction all along 75 there. And then there's that hail core basically going on right around the Jinx area and coming up towards St. Francis. No tornadoes, so we're not worried about that right now. We do have to go back south in a minute to look at the storms, but this is the areas. So there's another, is this live?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no.
So there should be a hail core just north of, on the north side of Broken Arrow. right there. And then there's a hail core right here, this magenta color that you see now up around the St. Francis area, extending Hunter Park, ORU. There should be some probably marble size hail with that. So we've had multiple reports of dime, nickel, and quarter size. And so that's going straight north. And it could be
going on up here. And like I was saying earlier, though, we're still in a pretty unstable environment. You know, even though those storms are to the south, we're at 82 degrees and, you know, whatever the dew point is right now. So it's still pretty hot and humid down here. So we're right underneath
Oklahoma. And so that humidity, it has instability. And so we're going to be watching this closely. But this coming in from Sky 5 right now. So far, so good. Still watching it with that storm. Jonathan, what stands out to you from the radar desk right now? What stands out to you about these storms and what we see in the next 1 to 2 hours?
Yeah, let's really watch, again, the storm that Michael's on, the storm near Bradley, between Rush Springs and Bradley. Let's watch it real closely. When it comes to the velocity, there's a very small area of weak rotation on the south side of the storm, just to the east of Rush Springs. Michael's right there looking at it. The storm is in high heat, high humidity. Now, the low-level winds are not really conducive for, you know, if it was south, and I know there's not that big of a difference between like south at like 180 degrees versus southwest at 190, but that makes a big difference on a low level. There's more to it as you go up in the atmosphere, the low-level jet, the main jet stream, and there is a lot of shear today. If our winds were out of the southeast, I'd be very nervous about this storm very quickly rotating. I think what we'll have to watch as it moves to the northeast, as it gets closer to I-35, the winds are a little bit more backed and out of the southeast. So that maybe the storm takes an hour or two before it really starts to shows sign of rotation. When it comes to the big picture here, these storms down across parts of the Red River, maybe impacting the storms over OKC. A lot of times, I mean, look at all these storms. There's storms up in Tulsa, storms in Henrietta, storms.
And I'm Carl Torp. Do have crews checking with businesses down there in Allen to see what kind of damage we're dealing with right now. But we also do have a tornado warning. And so let's get it back to Chief Meteorologist David Payne with the latest on these storms.
All right, guys. Yeah, you know, big storms going on, but still questions remain on what's going to happen here in Oklahoma City. Tornado watch continues, right, for northern, central, southern Oklahoma. It does include Oklahoma City up until 7 o'clock. But notice all the storms going on here out ahead of the dry line. There's so many storms that is impacting what is happening farther west. Some of the data still say that we get a couple of storms up and down the dry line. May or may not happen because of what's happening to our east. And if that happens, Oklahoma City, we're left high and dry. Not there yet, because we have a storm to our south that's going to make its way at least up into the south and southeast metro. But that's your big tornado watch right now. All right, let's do I'll tell you what, links 2 on the storm track, Lacey?
Yep, I'm getting it here. There you go.
Yep. And let's take a look at this. And this is a storm that is now headed
I'm going to fan it out just a little bit.
Towards the metro.
There you go.
Okay. Now, again, as far as additional storms developing, that may or may not happen. This, the way it is right now, is coming into Oklahoma City. Okay. Now, this is just one storm, and it is severe, but it's not producing baseballs or tennis balls right now. Nickels and dimes and quarters with winds upwards of about 50 to 60 miles per hour. But there's your storm track with this one cell. That's it right now, headed for the metro. Blanchard at 424, Newcastle 433, Norman at about 437, Moore at about 443, and Tinker Air Force Base 451, downtown Oklahoma City at about 450, and then down the line, Edmond at about 5 o'clock, and Shawnee at about 5:09. So once again, moving northeast, okay? So Lacey Labsat,
okay.
I see the warning polygon here. That's why I was kind of looking at the...
Hold on 1 second, I was on a different computer. Yeah, that part of it is moving more northerly.
Yeah.
I'll just take the whole thing to kind of show you.
Yeah, it's almost got a little bit of a split on it.
Yeah.
I thought, it's not, but I thought maybe it might be trying to split.
Cells weakened considerably as well, moving northeasterly at 60 miles per hour. And let's go to Corey Inman now in South Oklahoma. He's going to be down near Ardmore right now, the Red River. That's had a tornado warning coming up on Ardmore. Corey, what do you have?
Yeah, Mike, we're getting ready to come into the Ardmore area. Sorry, we've been dealing with some technical difficulties here. Looks like they dropped the tornado warning on it, which is good news for Ardmore, but that thing, you know, it's on a beeline, you know, Lone Grove and Ardmore Not to say that it can't cycle and do it again, but it's tried 2 or 3 times from back south of the Red River up to the west side of Lone Grove now. So we're getting ready to close in on Ardmore and catch back up with it. Haven't seen, we haven't been able to make out the wall cloud or anything since back in Courtney dealing with this other issue. So we'll get caught back up and get back with you, Mike.
Corey, thank you so much. Back over to Max 1. This is South Central Oklahoma here.
Amount of water falling from this. And of course, you probably felt how humid it was, and that's just adding to the issue. We do have a hail core that's still very noticeable. If we could, let's go to Lynx 1 for a second there, and we can just look at that for a second. And so the hail core has continued to move to the north. So when we get up into this range, most all of our reports, Stacia just mentioned, are pretty much under golf ball size, but this is indicative of larger chunks of hail that could fall. And can we look at a 3D and just see what we've got going on that for just a minute? So that's the area targeting hail. And so when we look at what's happening here, this is part of the thunderstorm. Now it's getting sliced off because it's near the radar. And then you can you go to the big hail. What do you got? Is there? You got.
I want to make an observation. You were talking about people parking under overpasses. If you look at T1 right now, you can see a whole lot of that happening.
Okay, we can do that. Again, these storms are huge, though. Lots of water falling. No tornadoes in Tulsa. So again, that's not the threat. The hail is more the threat, and the heavy rain and the flooding. And we'll get to Is there T1? Can you see? Is that T1?
Yeah, it's the BA one we're watching. We're watching the storm south of Ardmore, David.
Yep, and no tornado warnings down south. But once again, this is making its way off to the north now at nearly 50+ miles per hour. So we have Hank on the north side, and we have, again, Brandon right here looking right at it. So let's go to Brandon Pennell. Let's bring Brandon back in here. Brandon, your hail is getting bigger. Your storm now is getting stronger. It's racing north, Brandon, at 50. So you're going to have to be moving and a grooving. Close to 60, Lacey's saying now. I can't hear you. And, okay. Are you on?
Yeah.
Okay. She's on, control room. She's been on. All right, so.
And coming into western Oklahoma. And as soon as that hits the dry line, you can see things go from tiny little cells like this to within 30 minutes, bam. I mean, it just takes off here. So that is definitely my concern. I don't think we've hit the peak yet of our weather event, we'll call it that here, because these storms are now, this storm is here, it's moving, it's pointed into the OKC metro. By the way, this will come into the metro during the PM commute as a hailer, hopefully not rotating, but at a minimum, it's going to be dropping some large hail coming into OKC here. So as you can see, we have it tracked up to the north. It's going to come in to the southwest side. So if you're taking the turnpike down into Grady County, hang tight. If you're leaving from downtown Oklahoma City, going down, say, to Moore, you can see when this storm is coming in. So, and things are going to really take off here. I'm really, really concerned just based off of what I see in the atmosphere, what is rushing through here right now. This is going to be, we're probably going to go from, right now I'd say our weather coverage is, hanging out at, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's hanging out at about a 5. But we're probably going to go up to an 8 or a 9 here in the next hour. So I really think the next hour is going to be very critical for the storm development and more on the way here. So let me go out to Storm Command. Michael, we see this lift coming in. I think the dry line is going to really take off here in just a bit. Michael, what are you seeing from Storm Command?
Yeah, Damon, we're still tracking this storm. Visibility is not super great, which I was just telling Kyle just a moment ago. Normally, when we're just east of a storm like this, we can see the whole updraft and see all the features. I'm starting to be able to see it a little bit better, but kind of an odd, very hazy atmosphere due to all the moisture. So it makes the visibility not quite as, compare it to the Arnett storm last night. You remember when I was showing you how you could see every bit of the structure, look like an upside-down wedding cake, just a spaceship. We're not really seeing that with this storm as much. The structure is a lot more difficult to see, a lot more rain on the east side of it as well. We'll see how this storm evolves now that it's getting some separation from that complex down to the south. There's no doubt that the intensities have come up, and I think there could be a fairly significant hail threat developing as it moves up toward Blanchard. It kind of is behaving like a left split, but the problem is that there was never really a supercell that split with it. But it's kind of behaving like that. It's odd.
It really is, and there's a lot. We were just looking over at some of the newest data that came in here, and so there are more storms that are going up now. They're not going to look that great yet on radar just because they're still in the early stage, but here at this storm lifting up to the north, this is going to be a hailer. I see more storms now starting to pop up in the early stages, by the way, near Mustang over the OKC Metro. So this will be the hour for the OKC Metro where storms are beginning to go up. You still have some time, but you hear us talk about lift. There's a disturbance that's coming through the atmosphere. And the reason why it hasn't produced any storms yet is because it is still west of the dry line. The air is too dry for it to do anything. But as soon as it hits the dry line, it's going to go up. Let's zoom on out here just a bit. I want to show exactly where we're probably going to see storm development in the next hour or so. So we have this cell, obviously. There's another cell going up that's going to be west of Duncan. And then I see storms out trying to pop up over the OKC airport as well. We're in the early stages, and I know these clouds are kind of blocking. Let's actually zoom on up just a little bit here, up into the metro here. But just for everyone that's starting to make their PM commute, we're going to see storms that are going to really just kind of take off here. So again, you're not seeing much right now on the radar, but we're definitely in the stages where storms are going to be beginning to move in here. We have this cell that the leading edge of it's now starting to move into Blanchard. Next, it will be Newcastle, and then we're looking west of Moore, or West Moore here, and up into the OKC Metro. If you typically leave to go home for work around 5 o'clock, hang tight at work. You're going to have a hailstorm in the OKC Metro, and hopefully it's nothing more than that, but that would still be pretty bad. However, there are additional cells that we see that are trying to pop up, and definitely some firming what we call cumulus clouds here, even going into eastern Canadian County right now. So all of our chasers that are out, they can really kind of help us out. Oops, sorry about that. They can really help us out on at least how the clouds look where they are. Sky 5, we can go full with Sky 5 right now. I want to look at Sky 5 here, and so just kind of looking at how the cloud structure looks up in the air. But this is, let's see, Sky 5, he's going to be flying his GPS locator. He's actually in pain, but just looking out into the distance, you can see other clouds that are starting to go up here. And so obviously there's this storm, but we're going to see additional storms that are going to start to pop up as well. So this is definitely a lot of the data that we were looking at throughout the day. You can see a bunch of storms in the early stages here of development. A lot of the data that we were looking at earlier said between 4 and 5 o'clock. Storms go up real fast. And so we're in that window, plus or minus about 30 minutes. But see these type of clouds right here? These are all the early stages of storm development. So this could be a day here in central Oklahoma. We would like it to not be, but it is May 19th. And so we know this time of the year what typically happens here and how fast storms can go off. All right, let's go back over to the radar here. This hailstorm right here is right now warned for ping pong ball size hail, and it is headed straight into the OKC Metro. Let's check in with Storm Command here. Michael, what do you have?
Yeah, Damon, we're east of that hail course, so we're not anywhere really near. It's a fairly small area of hail. It's not like a huge swath of hail, but it is on a beeline for, I would say, Newcastle, the west side of Blanchard as well, and it is moving pretty fast. I mean, we're trying to make progress. We're still seeing some vivid cloud-to-ground lightning strikes, but you know, we're making our way up toward Blanchard. Just want to make sure we've got Amanda and Buck ahead of this storm to where we can hand it off. I'm showing a storm motion right now, Damon, for instance, as I'm looking at it, give me a second, 43 knots. So we're talking about over 50 miles an hour that it's moving northeast. That's going to be really difficult for us to, as we navigate traffic, to try to keep up with. So we just, I know I've been working with Sabrina and Jonathan. We stair step everybody. We make sure we're covered. But I'm just letting you know, when a storm moves this fast, it's very challenging. And the other thing is, it comes in a hurry for people. You know, you don't have a lot of time to react when a storm like this comes in.
No, you really don't, which is why we've been trying to hit
area. And then just to the south of Oklahoma City now, trackers are out. We have Dustin Stone. He's up in Bob Mills Sky News 9. We're bringing you his shots here shortly. And we have one supercell right here. Now, we have a lot going on down south coming into Sulphur. We'll talk about that coming up. But here's the one storm right here, Southwest Metro now, coming into Blanchard. It's not a very big storm, but it's a supercell. It is rotating. And we have Brandon right here. We have Hank right here. And look at storm strength now. Did you change radars?
No, that's still TLX. Justin was just pointing out all of a sudden it went from increasing to, okay, now it's really ramping up rapidly.
Yeah, okay, so that's a problem because now the hook is becoming a little more pronounced on the southwest side. Justin, what's Brandon doing? I see him going east.
Yeah, there was a bridge out.
Ah.
Yep.
Bridge out.
Yeah.
Knew it. Okay. All right, so we'll get back east and he'll get back north. All right, so I know. Either way, big hail now, southeast of Tabler here. What's the hail size in here now? This is coming up quickly. Folks, this is, oh, okay. Now we've got a full-on, bona fide, legit spinning storm now, and the tornado threat is going to get higher with this.
I'm working on a storm track while you're talking about that.
All right, so Middleburg back down to Blanchard. Again, this is going to be now, radar is showing tennis ball size hail, for sure golf balls and some tennis balls. And it's going to head, again, northeast at 60 miles per hour, okay? So it's going to Middleburg, might go to Blanchard. We have Hank in Blanchard. And once again, we have Brandon down here making his way back to the east. He's looking right at it, but just on the east side of it right now. Some of the bridges are sometimes out, and he had to make a turnaround. But all right, let's go back to reflectivity.
Okay, and I got the track ready when you want it.
Okay, all right.
So here's the reflectivity.
And there's the hook. Okay, so the timing of this is not good. This is a supercell rotating thunderstorm now coming into the southwest metro. It's only
about Mustang, west side of Moore, Yukon, western sides of the OKC metro here. And right now, the storm speed with this storm moving up. Let's see here. What's the speed on this? It's moving northbound at 50 miles per hour. That is that fast-moving cell. That means it would move in fast. What does that mean to you besides the fact that it would move in fast? It would also move out fast, but it would be pretty impactful and probably during the worst time of the afternoon during the PM drive here. Jonathan, take the radar for a second. I need to change a battery real quick.
Right, so we're watching this discrete storm just to the southwest of Norman. This storm is very tall. I'm looking at some of the echo tops here, and this storm just exploded. No wonder why. It's so hot and humid right now, so this storm is up to 52,000 feet. So the jet stream has picked it up, it's driving north, it's tall, and it's producing that large hail. One thing that it's not kind of acting like a classic supercell where we have a really well-defined hook echo on the south side, but there is a little inflow notch back here. So this is going to be about 5 miles north of Alex, or about 5 miles southeast of Tabler, and about 8 miles southwest of Dibble and Storm Command. So on the south side, there's definitely that little indentation that tells me it has some inflow to it. There's a little bit of circulation back here. The one really good tool is that storm impact. And on the back side, when you go from, so imagine we have non-severe hail, but indicated hail showing up in purple. Pink, we're going to severe hail, that's your 1 inch. And then we're going to go bigger hail. Now, it's a small pixel, but there's like 2 pixels in there, potentially, you know, about ping pong up to maybe an isolated golf ball size hail. And that is
from our First Bank of Owasso location. Again, just ton of water. Strong winds. We also had one, this was from out of near Tulsa University. This is from Rebecca.
65.
65 now, airport? Okay, so that's why we're getting wind damage reports. So this is a look from just a little bit ago. So there's some of these winds now gusting 60, 65 miles an hour. So we're getting power outages. We're also getting tree limbs down. And so there's a lot of things going on. It's kind of a little bit more potent here on the north side of Tulsa than it was on the south side. We had some strong winds of 40 to 50 south side, but the north side's now getting even stronger winds. That gives you an idea of what we're looking at with that.
And so we might be getting some new storm development ahead of the Dibble storm. So that is something that we're going to have to watch here in the next hour or so. And I'll switch back and forth to our live radar and be looking for some of those targets, like right over Will Rogers Airport. Now that's ground clutter. It's not moving. But again, with our tower camera, I could see the cumulus just exploding. So the dry line is now marching into parts of Canadian County, triggering those agitated cumulus clouds.
Yeah, and what we'll see with those is how fast those can go off here. But we definitely know what we have on the radar is a storm, a hailstorm, by the way, that is pointed straight up into OKC here, west sides of the metro. And so
it's moving fast. We're looking back to the southwest, and you can see it in the shot moving real time. So this thing is really moving fast. It's going to be, through Blanchard in the Newcastle area, more whatever Southwest Metro here pretty quick because it's really moving. Back to you, David.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And again, Hank, we've got the speed right now at about 55 miles per hour. So it's hauling northeast. And by the way, hard to track, right? Hard to track. All right, so this is going to be the left side of the mezzo. This is all flowing in. The right side is right there. Hank's looking right at it. It's coming right at Hank. Brandon's down there, and he's looking right at it as well. He had to back.
Westmore 452. We get into more around 453. Obviously, any severe thunderstorm that is inside of a tornado watch, you always got to watch it closely. We don't have any tornado warnings out there right now in the KOCO 5 viewing area. It is going to be severe thunderstorms that are ongoing right now, but that's one that definitely has my concern as it's continuing to lift up to the northeast. And actually, we don't have any tornado warnings anywhere in the state right now, so that's a good update to pass along here. It's a bunch of yellow flashing boxes here. We don't have any red ones, so that's at least an improvement because we did have a couple tornado warnings out there earlier from Holdenville all the way down to southern Oklahoma. Doesn't mean that the tornado risk isn't gonna flare back up, but there's some much stronger lift coming through the atmosphere right now, which means that we may see quite a few more storms come in here. The dry line is real easy to see right now on the radar, by the way. And I've been watching for a little cell that's trying to develop right now down by Marlow. It's not much, but there's been a bunch of cumulus clouds here. They may not do anything. See, kind of one just popped up there right as it moved off the dry line. That one looks like it may be fizzling out down by Marlow, and so let's hope that the other ones can do it. But what that indicates is that there's some higher end lift now beginning to run through the atmosphere, and especially if you're Metro North, we haven't really had any storms yet, so we could certainly be dealing with some additional storms north of Oklahoma City in the next hour. Here comes a hailstorm marching east of Chickasha, coming up into Blanchard and eventually Newcastle. And so if you're in
from there up toward Arcadia and Lake Arcadia, and then up toward the Lazy E is where this is going to go. And it's got at least golf balls with it right now, so it's got about a 2-inch hail core. And it's lifting up to the north-northeast at about 50 miles an hour. It's moving very fast. So it'll be here in Moore very shortly and Norman very shortly. You see the polygon for severe. There's the hail track on it. That's a bunch of quarters and golf balls is what that is, quarters and golf balls. If it goes to a darker purple, it's going to be 2-inch. It's kind of leaning a little bit toward a darker purple in through there. That's going to be going up close to tennis balls. But that's a solid golf ball with that. And you see where it's going here right up into the Southwest Metro. Let's go back to Kevin Josephy. And we're going to go ahead and just take another look at it because he had a really great shot at that coming up. It looks like you're right there in the South Metro, Kevin, tracking it in.
Yeah, that's right, Mike. I mean, you can see that well, you could see the contrast a while ago from the edge of the storm to the north of it back to the south and west. Let me pan the camera a little bit. But that's that front edge of it coming in, and back inside there, kind of like right in the middle of your screen is where all that hail is. A little further deeper into the storm, we hope that stuff kind of weakens a lot and gets a lot smaller. But we'll be right in the midst of it, riding it up into the metro area as it comes in. any strong winds, with this stuff. You got stuff that's outside, folks. If you're way up north in the city, you can go ahead and get that stuff in, and more, kind of bring those trash cans in or something. But you got to keep an eye on this thing as it comes through. With these strong winds, could definitely cause some damage in this golf ball. To approaching 2-inch diameter hail could cause a lot of damage to property. So we hope that doesn't happen, but we'll keep monitoring this storm as it pushes up into the metro area. Mike, back to you.
Yeah, so we had a lot of hail damage on Saturday with 2 waves of hail, right? We had 3 waves of storms Saturday into Saturday night, and there was a lot of hail. There's roof damage down in Mustang. They had baseballs. There's even some hail damage even into West Oklahoma City with that one before it died.
Damon, we're watching the hail core here to our southwest as it's we're in Blanchard right now and moving through town at the moment. We're going to come north up toward Newcastle, and we're just kind of racing the storm a little bit. It's moving so fast. Pretty challenging to keep up with. Seems like it may be slowing down, but one thing I just looked at, and I don't know if Jonathan can show this, or I'll just mention it. We don't necessarily have to show it. But one of the things that you probably hear us say a lot is how tall a storm is, because the taller a storm is, the more opportunity it has to produce severe weather. Well, the top of this storm has now crossed over the 50,000-foot threshold. When a storm is that tall, it really does increase the risk of large hail and damaging winds with it, even if it doesn't produce a tornado. So this is a very tall, very powerful storm now that it's moved away from that complex down to the south. It seems like it's been growing.
Certainly has been. We've been watching it, and this one has been growing as it's moving up to the northeast here. So once again, storm track with this cell that's moving into the metro. Let's go full back here, and we'll put our chase crews there on the left side there. But this is moving up to the north, and so this is going to be on top of your television screen. This is going to be the OKC metro. Here's Cleveland County. There's Norman. This is Grady County, McLean County right here, Blanchard. Storm moving northbound is coming up, and even after it comes out of Cleveland County, it's headed up into Oklahoma County as well. Zooming in where the hail is right now, it's going to be between Blanchard and down east of Chickasha. But tracking this up to the north, and actually, let's zoom out. Let's kind of put the whole metro in play here, just so for those that are getting ready to head home, they need to know where the storm is. So here's OKC. That storm right there is going to move right up to the north. And so it's going to come through Cleveland County, downtown OKC, and it's going to be on I-35 right after 5 o'clock here. So got to be really, really concerned about this storm. Hopefully we can keep the tornado risk low. We definitely know we're getting a hailstorm coming in here. That's a definite. Now, what we're going to have to watch is how large will the hail be. The storm right now is currently warned for ping pong ball size hail. I do believe, let me double check that. Let me just see. Sometimes these get updated. Yeah, ping pong ball size hail. So we're definitely getting ping pong ball size hail storm coming in. Hopefully with the way that these storms operate as they come in, they can fluctuate a bit. Hopefully we can bring the hail sizes down as it comes in here. But the next warning may not be that far off from being issued. We'll see what the hail sizes are going to be when it comes in here. But the storm is now beginning to touch the top, the northern fringe of the warning here. That's going to be right along the Canadian River. And so your hail core is going to be between Newcastle and Bridge Creek. There's another one down by Middleburg. But that's about to cross north of the Canadian River here in a bit, probably in the next 10 minutes, given how fast this thing is moving.
Well, that's tracking up toward Antlers and Atoka and McAllister. And again, there is that one cell there just southwest of Norman, moving to the northeast into the south central and eastern sides of the Oklahoma City metro. There's the broad view. There's the tornado watch until 7. Notice all the action except for that one smaller storm right there, which is a hailer, is all to the south and to the east of the Oklahoma City metro. The ongoing moderate risk here continues in red, and we've already had hail this big. Seminole had 3-inch hail, for example. The tornado threat's going to be maximized farther to the east now that we're heading into the later afternoon hours on this Monday. This all clears later this evening. It'll be totally over, and after 10 p.m., the only chance...
Yeah, we're facing directly southwest right now, looking down the mouth of it. Looks like there's some hail mixed into it. Haven't hit it just yet. We've got solid winds just hanging around about 10, gusts to 15. I feel like we're going to get hit in the face with it here pretty soon, though. We'll let you know.
All right, thanks. I appreciate that. John is also hanging out in the areas with the heavy rain. He's around the Owasso area. John, we just looked at the Owasso camera, but if you can give us an update, have you seen any hail chunks on the ground or any damage?
Castle in any minute now. Then we get into Westmore High School there at 4:39. That's in 10 minutes. Westmore, I know that you had high school graduation for tonight because of severe weather that has been delayed. We go into the airport at 4:42, and then we start getting into OKC, Oklahoma County here in Del City right around 4:50. That would indicate a bit of an increase in the speed here. So the PM commute, as we've been saying, got a hailstorm coming in. It's not going to be any fun. Not going to be any fun at all as this storm is quickly racing up to the northeast. And let's see here. There's got to be some, let's see, we had a brand new severe thunderstorm warning issued down to the south. I'm just looking to see if there's a new warning coming in with this cell for the OKC Metro. The warning hasn't been issued yet, but it's probably not that far off as we are now watching this hail core now move up to the northern fringe of this warning here right along the Canadian River. So let's go back into Michael. Michael, any hail in the storm that you've come across yet?
We had just a little bit, just a very small little bit of hail earlier. I believe it was just south of Blanchard, but really not that much. I mean, I'm seeing some increase just to my west. What's really difficult about this storm is just not really having many visual cues. So we're just trying to kind of center punch the storm and see exactly what it does have in it. Damon, this is not your typical supercell. It really does not have a structure that concerns me about tornadoes at all. And I'm not saying that it won't ever develop that, but I know people are really nervous, and for good reason. We've got a lot of instability. We've got a lot of shear today. We're really concerned. I mean, that's why we have the risk levels at what they're at. But this storm is just not living up to that, all right? It's not meeting that criteria. It's in a very favorable environment, but the storm is not being able to take advantage of it as of yet. We're just rolling in here to the south side of Newcastle. We'll let you know kind of what the hail's like, and we'll keep an eye on it here as long as we can as it moves across the metro. But it is coming in toward rush hour, so that's going to make it even more challenging as far as navigating around here through the metro.
It certainly will.
Dave, that's right. We are just to the south side of the storm. It's like it's been all weekend, very hazy. We can see like 2 or 3 miles out here, but we're slowly working our way north to see if we can get a better look at this. But I believe it's going to be about 4 miles north of me at this current location. Winds are about 20 miles an hour out of the south, blowing north into this storm. David.
Nice job. Okay, so Dustin, again, looking off to the northwest, and you can see some of the backside of that, some of the hail and rain falling out of this thing. But what Dustin's going to do is climb in a little bit closer here on the right side, get on the back side of this thing. But right now, there's not like a big hook hanging out, okay? It is rotating, yes, and it is severe, yes, and it's now coming into the southwest metro. So, Greg, I think you can hear me. I think Greg can. We'll just keep Dustin. There you go. There's Dustin's shot. This is hail right here. See that shot from Dustin? That's hail falling right there, coming out on the backside. Also some rain in there, but the sun is hitting that, and that's that severe storm now in the southwest metro coming into. All right, we'll keep that shot up. Keep that as one of our shots if we can. That shot looks pretty good. Okay, you're fine. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1 and look at all the severe storms now in eastern Oklahoma. The good news about this map, we don't have any tornado warnings right now in southern or eastern Oklahoma. And I was just going to say, just bring him in, just keep him tight. Just, yeah. Yeah. No, oh, okay. Okay, well, yeah, I wouldn't worry about that. Yeah, I got it. Okay, so there you go. Ardmore to Sulphur. Severe storms now in Sulphur. And these storms down here are going to have, obviously, winds 50 to 60, nickel and dime, quarter-size hail. No tornado warnings right now in southern Oklahoma, okay? So that's great news. And there's just too many...
Rain, no gusty winds on this. I'm trying to stay in
come out of this, you can. But they're interacting with each other, and bad storms like to be alone. Bad storms don't like to hang out like this, all right? They're loners. They don't want any friends. They don't like...
Safely as possibly as they can, but, you know, with this stuff pushing up into the metro area, you know, if you're at a place now, you should probably just go ahead and hang out there, let it pass through. It'll be over in just, you know, a matter of minutes for you because it's moving so fast. But we'll keep monitoring the situation, keep riding it all the way into the metro, Mike. If we're getting into any big hail or damaging winds or anything like that, we'll be sure to report back to you, sir.
Let's go ahead and go over to our cameras here and check it on out, our trackers. So this is going to be the Norman camera here as the storm comes up from the southwest. It's over south and west Norman right now. And let's go over to Eric Dixon, who's also in the southwest metro. It's not tornadic. It's got some quarters and perhaps a couple of golf balls with it. It's lifting up into the south metro right now. Go, Eric Dixon.
Yeah, Mike, I'm pulling through the Moore area on I-35. We're going to head over towards the Tinker area, kind of stay ahead of this storm. It's moving fairly fast, but just looking at the traffic reports here, I-35, I-240 is starting to slow down pretty good. We're starting to enter into the rush hour traffic. So folks getting off work, you might give yourself a little extra time, might hold back, just let this storm pass because we do have some hail out there. So I want to make sure no one gets their cars damaged or anything like that. But we're watching it closely. Moore area to the Tinker. Back to you.
Here's the hail core. So you're wondering, hail income in the metro, right? We had a lot of hail on Saturday, 3 waves of it. Well, here comes another wave. This is mostly nickels, dimes, and quarters. There are a couple of golf balls with it. You see it's right near Newcastle. It's going to come right up on the eastern side of the dry line. So this will be for South Oklahoma City, near downtown Oklahoma City and to the east, Midwest City, Valley Brook, Del City, up toward the zoo and Choctaw and Spencer and Jones and Frontier City in the Oakdale Valley. Right, Frontier City in the Oakdale Valley. That's where that hail is tracking as it comes on up. It is a single cell. It's not especially large, but it does have quite a bit of hail with it, and it is moving pretty quickly to the north-northeast at around 50 miles per hour. The hail right now in the Newcastle area. I think it's a live drone from Steve Johnson. Let's take that full. This is going to be a live drone outside the K4 studios right here, looking at it coming up from the south. So you're looking down the Broadway extension right there, looking down toward downtown. Right in the middle of your screen, you might just be able to make out the Devon Tower. That's live Foresight drone right there. Right there in the middle of the screen is the Devon Tower. Just to the south of that is the incoming storm with quarters and golf balls. That is from Britton Road and the Broadway extension looking due south. The Broadway extension's over toward the right-hand part of your screen, heading directly down toward downtown Oklahoma City. And that is the incoming hailer now coming into Oklahoma City. And that is from Steve Johnson, Foresight drone pilot. One of our force of drone pilots here looking at that live, just hovering above the Broadway extension and Britton Road right now. That's an incredible view from Foresight drone looking at that storm. Let's go back over to radar and show you where that is tracking. We'll go back to that drone video here shortly. Really a great view. So incoming right here with nickels, dimes, quarters, and a few golf balls. Newcastle now, Moore, South Oklahoma City, and downtown Oklahoma City. From there up toward Frontier City and the Oakdale Valley is where that is. This will likely keep going.
It's known for sure. Hailstorm on the way in. This warning is set to expire here in the next 10 minutes or so, but it's going to keep moving up to the north. So I anticipate that we will see a new warning that will be issued for the OKC Metro here. Probably not that far off. Right now, the hail sizes, if we take the warning and we look at the current hail size, it's probably going to be around quarters, $half or so coming into the OKC Metro here. But this is making its run up towards Newcastle, Oak Ridge Elementary there at 449. And then we get into Westmore High School there at 451. Downtown Moore there at 453. Heritage Trails Elementary. That would be at least the far eastern flank of this right before 5 o'clock. Let me check in with Sky 5 here. Chase Rutledge, you're up in the air tracking this hailer coming into the OKC Metro. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we're on the south side of it, following it into the metro, and we're just coming up on, we just crossed over Cole, and we're just south of Newcastle, so we're following it in from the south, and there's a lot of rain. It's hard to see through it, Damon. Normally, we're able to see through all of that rain and see if there's any lowerings out there. We can't see that just yet because of all the rain. I know there's a lot of hail in it, too. We're just going to continue to follow this into the Oklahoma City area. We're right here coming up on the Highway 9 and the highway that runs into Newcastle and Blanchard, coming up on that intersection right now. You can see that in the bottom right. But a lot of rain in this, Damon, and as it makes its way into the metro, we're going to continue to follow it.
Yeah, watching this storm coming in, this hailstorm. And by the way, we're still not in the clear yet. I know we have this one storm. Just got an update, though, from the Weather Service. And what they're noticing is that some much stronger lift is coming into western Oklahoma right now. It's only 4:30. And so we're probably going to see more storms. We know there will be more storms that are going to develop out there this afternoon. Right now, though, this hailstorm coming into the OKC metro is the hail core of it is going to be down by Newcastle. That's going to be east of Bridge Creek, lifting up to the north. And so, again, here's your newest storm track, new storm timeline coming in. And so it's going to be in the metro southwest sides here in the next 10 minutes. We go out to Michael. Michael, what do you have?
Okay, Damon, so I'm doing a little more radar analysis here in Storm Command, and on the terminal Doppler, I'm starting to see a little bit of convergence now just south of my location. I don't know if this is going to tighten up, but the velocity field is kind of evolving. It feels like this storm might be trying to change its structure and character a little bit, and that's not a good thing. Not when it's moving into the metro. I'm not saying it's gonna get its act together and produce a tornado. I'm just saying, like, especially when I tilt up on TLX, I'm starting to see more of an inflow notch way up above the ground. If that translates to the ground, that could potentially be a problem. One thing I'm noticing on the ground is I've got some fairly strong winds. They're not real strong, but I can see rain curtains that are coming across me from west to east. You can see them right now in my shot as we're making our way onto the turnpike here out of Newcastle, as we're getting ready to cross the river and head up into southwest Oklahoma City. So just some radar observations, doing some technical analysis while we're chasing, and I haven't seen anything visually that would make me super concerned, but kind of just a little bit of a difference from what we have been seeing with this storm.
Yeah, and there is a new severe thunderstorm warning that will be coming out. That's going to be out here in just a second. So just got that update here just moments ago. But from Newcastle, Blanchard, this storm, we're getting the rain already, by the way, coming into the OKC metro, but the Weather Service is actually typing up a warning, and so that's coming out here pretty soon for this hail core that's going to be down by Newcastle, lifting up to the northeast. Some of the data that we were just looking at and looking ahead into the next couple of hours still looks like more storms definitely in the forecast for central Oklahoma after we're watching this lift coming out of western Oklahoma. So whenever it hits up against a dry line, we'll know it because storms will develop here pretty quickly. There is some spin in the storm. It's not very tight. It's nothing that would say we're getting a tornado warning out of this, but there is at least some lift in here.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for Love County in southern Oklahoma, southeastern Carter County in southern Oklahoma, until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:38 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Leon, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
That runs from Moore. Heavy rain coming in, by the way, to Moore, west side of Moore there. The heaviest is going to be from the turnpike southwest of southwest OKC. That is lifting up to the north. Let's actually just kind of pan the radar up just a little bit. Because if you're up in Edmond, if you're leaving from downtown Oklahoma City and going northbound up into the Edmond area, then right now the current path with this storm is that it is going to run through downtown OKC and then eventually make its way up. Edmond, east side of Edmond are pretty close. So just a heads up if you're with this storm dropping some hail, just hang tight at work for a little bit. You don't need to, you're not staying at work if you're trying to stay and just kind of wait the storm out. You're not going to stay there for very long, by the way. But new storm track here. It's Westmore High School at 449. Paycom, so downtown OKC here right around 5 o'clock. Del City, 502. And then going into Tinker there, 503. Some inflow into this storm. Again, there is some rotation there just west of Newcastle that we're watching. It's not very strong.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Johnston County in southeastern Oklahoma, Cole County in southeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Atoka County in southeastern Oklahoma, until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Fillmore, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
We'll show you the hail core. So right during the afternoon drive, nickels, dimes, quarters, might be a couple of golf balls. 1.4. There might be a few golf balls, 1.75. So there's going to be some potential hail damage coming in, moving north-northeast at a pretty high rate of speed, so it will not last long. Brand new.
But there's a very strong indication. If you watch the storm with me in motion, it is ramped up considerably. The lightning production has increased. All the parameters suggest this storm is tightening up, is winding up into a tornadic storm, and is tracking northeast according to the National Weather Service at 45 miles per hour. So that would take it right across central Love County and toward Ardmore in the next 30 to 45 minutes. So Ardmore, you are included in this tornado warning. Meteorologist Brian Briggs here with me, who's going to be reading the parameters of the bulletin. I'll step out of the shop for a minute, Brian.
So the first warning that we are talking about, because we actually have two warnings now to talk about, and the first one is for Carter and Love counties here, and this one goes until 5:30. And this one's for a severe thunderstorm located near Leon, moving northeast at 45. Tornado and golf ball size hail possible with that. So locations included Ardmore, Marietta, Lone Grove, Leon, Overbrook, Rum Bottom, Lake Murray, Bernieville, and Courtney. And this does include I-35 between mile markers 13 and 36. So those folks need to get into their tornado safe place as well. We also have a concurrent tornado warning that was issued now for portions of Atoka, Cole, and Johnston County. We're watching another area of rotation that has developed there. So this one also goes till 5:30, but this one is located near Fillmore, moving northeast at 45. This one has a tornado and golf ball threat. Again, radar indicated rotation with this, but very, very dangerous. So locations included Atoka, Colgate, Wapanucka, Stringtown, Lehigh, Milburn, Bromide, Centrahoma, Clarita, Olney, Fillmore.
More in South OKC, it doesn't do anything, but it may get up to about, I-40, and it might start turning really hard.
Yeah, certainly. And also, just stepping off here, there are storms, by the way, beginning to develop up in Payne County up to the north. I know we haven't really seen a whole lot of activity. And by the way, when I say storms, I mean they're real early in the stages there. But we are watching a few echoes here down by Perkins and southeast of Stillwater. So just a heads up, we still have a ways to go with these storms. And so, but you can see here, just in the last couple of scans there by Ripley, Stillwater. Shane's watching those, but as of right now,
The National Weather Service in Omaha has issued a front tornado warning for southern Colfax County in northeastern Nebraska, eastern Platte County in northeastern Nebraska, northwestern Butler County in east central Nebraska, until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:41 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Richland, or 6 miles east of Columbus, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
And so here's the hail core on the way. And by the way, look at conditions at the airport. You don't want to be flying in this, and I'm pretty certain, by the way, that any planes that are probably trying to come in right now, they're getting a nice view of Oklahoma. They're flying around, but that's the latest right there by the airport and all that rain. And these people that are traveling down I-44, they're probably going to be coming up onto a hailstorm.
There, the more of that bright contrast you have, the higher the risk there's a tornado in that. And also, this storm has a history of producing damaging hail and straight line winds. In fact, all of Tishomingo apparently, and most of Kingston without power as this storm went through. Now, we don't think a tornado hit either one of those communities. We think that was
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a WUS tornado warning for northern Johnston County in southeastern Oklahoma, Cole County in southeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Pontotoc County in east central Oklahoma, west central Atoka County in southeastern Oklahoma, until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:44 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Reagan, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
134th. This is going to be winds 50 to 60. Hey, we're going to have to stay on here for a little bit longer. Damaging winds now coming into Moore, and then from there it's going to come into southwest Oklahoma City. So looking at winds now of 50 to 60 miles per hour. Going to have some power bumps, maybe some power outages with the wind as it comes in from the south. This is still a supercell. This is a rotating thunderstorm as it comes into and moves across the city. I want to point out Bethany to the west. For now, you got nothing going on, right? This storm is to your east. but from downtown Oklahoma City down to Will Rogers, down to just north of Newcastle, and then all the way up to Edmond, to East Edmond, to Arcadia, to Jones, back down
And the
to
track is on links,
Choctaw.
too.
You're going to have it. You're going to get it, right? So here's your storm track. The Boat District downtown, right about now. Fairgrounds, moving in now. And she's done the leading edge. Lacey has done the leading edge here.
Right over us here on the southwest side of the metro, and it does have some small hail. The hail right now is pretty small. It's only about pea size, not very big.
Okay, well, let's hope we can keep it small. We don't want anything bigger than that. But this is the downpour. This is a big old storm that right now is in OKC, and there is some minor ponding of flood waters there up against a curb. It's moving fast enough that flooding isn't really bothering me too much about this. Jonathan, we're looking at this inflow right now that's coming right in. This will be on the west side and probably more so coming back into the OKC limits. More kind of cuts off, and then we get back into the southwest side of OKC here. But there's your hail, by the way, and we are watching this little kink in the radar. Not that there's an immediate tornado threat, but as this moves up to the northeast, hopefully it can stay low there. Definitely, this is going to slow down the drive. I mean, really, so look how windy it is in Michael's shot. And let me go back out to Michael, by the way. Michael, how windy is it where you are? I see those leaves and those trees blowing around.
Yeah, they really are. Give me just a second. I'll pull up my instrument here, and I'll let you know what we're seeing here. I've had some wind gusts in that 40 to 50 mile per hour range here, but I mean, it looks, I would say it kind of looks a little misleading. It looks a little worse than it is, but occasionally we'll just get these gusts that'll whip the trees around, and that has been associated with some of the hail. All the wind is basically out of the south, and starting to get another gust here coming in as well, and this is what people are doing.
And this thing is putting down. You can see the hail and the rain in your shot as you make your way back into the south sides of the metro. Go ahead, Dustin.
That's right, David. We're just south of Moore on the south side of this storm, and you can see it right there in the camera. Visibility, we got a mile between us and that storm, and then there's nothing beyond that. So we got up in a little closer a little bit ago, and the visibility is just like that all the way through it. There's so much rain and hail in there that visibility is really low. The wind right now, not too bad here on the south side, about 10 miles an hour out of the west currently. David.
Okay, all right, nice job, great job, Dustin. Just keep going north with it. Just keep going north like everybody else in the room and everybody else at home watching right now. Okay, what does Hank have? He has a base? Yeah. All right, let's go back to Hank. And this thing, the hook is getting a little bit stronger. Before we do that, hang on a second here. Hang on 2 seconds. Let's go back to radar here. I want to talk about the wind speeds. Go back to links 1. Go back to links 1. Winds now, these are
And that goes till 5:30. So to loop this, you can see these storms are kind of all in a big blob. But basically what we're trying to tell you here is there are 2 circulation centers inside this complex of storms. Both are being warned on for the potential of rotation. So the first one is located off to the west here, just north of Tishomingo. Now, no Tishomingo, you're probably watching on your phone because most of the town's without power. That has been caused by, we believe, straight line winds that came through, not a tornado per se. We're not sure, but we do know the tornado warning was issued after that. It is tracking in the general direction of southwest Cole County toward Tupelo. We also have this tornado warning storm now coming in toward Wapanucka. You should take cover immediately if you're in Wapanucka. Now, we just got a report, just heard it in my ear, that we have baseball hail at the intersection of Highway 32 and Highway 76. That's
here, Chase Rutledge giving us a view that you can't get really anywhere else. I mean, when you're watching these storms here moving in right now. So, in the meantime, storm, if you're in Norman, by the way, the storm is north of you. You can see it there. It's lifting up to the north. But current track with this coming into Paycom Center there, downtown Oklahoma City. Got a game tomorrow night. Not tonight. It's tomorrow night. They're 5:06 at the Paycom. Downtown Oklahoma City, 5:07. We get into the Capitol, 5:11. And then coming up to the OKC Thunder practice facility at 5:20 here. All those communities that we just listed, right now it looks like the storm is dropping quarters and winds of 60. Some inflow into the storm. Jonathan, doesn't look to be too particularly strong yet. Sounds like the rain's starting to hit the station here. How's it look from the radar standpoint?
So Listen, I think the storm's going to change a little bit.
You're really in the most dangerous part of the storm right now. I want you to notice, as I pause the motion, the hook is located right over the Leon area right now. And you see that intense darkness there. That indicates the highest hail also. So we scan that quickly, and we can see inside of there, there's some velocities that would give us pause to wonder if there's a tornado in there. You see how the red and the green are kind of close together. In fact, we can query one of these little pixels and get some respectable values, 98 miles an hour. So we do believe there could be a funneling contact with the ground there. The odds are better than 50% based on that velocity. In my experience, it does not mean for sure tornadoes in there, but it's a tornado warning. Tornado warnings are issued for a reason. They're not issued out of hand. They're issued based on sufficient rotation to justify warning of that potential danger.
Hey, Steve, just real quick, too. We're also getting reports of 70-mile-an-hour winds.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southern Colfax County. At 4:51 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Richland, or 9 miles east of Columbus, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
About a mile to the south of this storm, and what you're looking at there is all that hail and rain. I'm looking down at I-35 and the traffic below me. There's a lot of water on the highway, the traffic that's driving on the highway right now. So a lot of rain has just come through this area, David.
And Dustin, I think some of that, what you're looking at there, the white, that's the sunlight coming off the hail right over, I think downtown Oklahoma City's in there, right?
That's actually looking back to the northwest. That's looking more towards Will Rogers Airport.
Okay, wow. So yeah, there's hail all back in there too. So lots of hail. Great job, Dustin. Shot looks good. Nice job from the air. Dustin Stone in Bob Mills Sky News 9. And there we go. All right, look at that downtown cam. Look.
Severe storm in progress, hail up to golf ball size. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect right here during the afternoon drive. And that's the gust front racing up from central Oklahoma City into north Oklahoma City. Incoming for you folks there up into Edmond, the Oakdale Valley, Frontier City, Remington Park, 60 to 70, quarters up to near golf balls. That is a live view from 50 Penn looking toward downtown, and that's why you can't see downtown. It's in rain and hail right now. Live view downtown Oklahoma City. Really telling the story. We got several trackers out as well. Let's check with them. Ground Truth. Eric Dixon was showing us the traffic on I-35 in South Oklahoma City, almost at a standstill. Look at the water now.
Oh, definitely. You know, we're starting to get a little bit of
a tornado warning remains in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northeastern Johnston, Cole, and northwestern Atoka counties. At 4:53 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Olney, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Just solid sheets of rain coming down as it's approaching. It looks like right now the heaviest rain is approaching I-40, passing right over downtown. Can't see downtown buildings right now, but you're looking right down I-35 right there as Walter gives you these shots. A lot of rain moving into the metro. Can't see any lower right now because of all the rain, and we're going to try to stay kind of a safe distance away so that we don't get into any of that hail, Damon.
Gosh, look how dark it is. I mean, just that is a storm cloud. Absolutely. I mean, when it's that dark, I mean, there's just so much moisture up inside of that cell. One thing that we were just looking at, and we'll keep this up, but from the radar, is how this storm is starting to change its structure a bit. It's starting to get a bit of that curl, that kidney bean look. Again, not that it's about to drop a tornado on top of Oklahoma City, but what this storm may be starting to tell us based off of the radar is what it may start doing once it moves out of the metro as it goes up towards Chandler, Stillwater. Southeasterly winds are really, really starting to pick up, and that would not be good at all. Let me go out the storm.
I think with the wind here coming on in and the hail.
Yeah, so you're right. We've had our peak gust has been 34 miles an hour. That's measured from our anemometer, and also we're getting dime-size hail. Dimes is the biggest we've seen, but I tell you this, David, the wind spike appears to be just a little to our northwest, at least looking at radar.
The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a sun tornado warning for south central Delaware County in northeastern Oklahoma, northern Adair County in northeastern Oklahoma, northeastern Cherokee County in east central Oklahoma, until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:55 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Tahlequah, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
But anyway, we're going north with it. We're getting sporadic dimes now. The winds right now have dropped way off. I mean, we're getting low wind speeds at the moment, but I think the wind spike is just to our north. David, back to you.
Okay, yeah, I think you're right. Well, just keep coming north with it right now. It's the only game in town. And no tornado warning with this, but this storm is definitely significant here with winds of 60 to 70 plus miles per hour and power outages.
So if you're here, that's not good unless you're in a safe place. So be on the safe place right now in Tahlequah, especially on the north and northeast sides, as that continues to track to the north and to the east. Station, what do you have for storm?
All right, Trav, we'll keep it going at about 53 miles per hour. It's still pretty fast. Just tracking that circulation back about 15 minutes, it's moved about 13 miles. So it's still at a good pace here, a good clip. And so we'll track that into Ellerville and Proctor and Briggs. We want folks in Briggs to be in their safe spot.
To I-35, and so they're going to continue to get brighter and brighter and brighter. Now, by the time these probably go severe, they would be out of Payne County, which would be good for the moment, but we have this storm that's back over OKC right now.
And Watts by 5:20 and Lake Francis by 5:24. So from Tahlequah, this is going to again track through the central and eastern parts of Cherokee County and then eventually over into Adair County. The tornado warning is until 5:45, and from Tahlequah up towards again Ellerville and Chewy also included in the track. We mentioned Chewy by 5:15. So from central Cherokee County into the northern part of Adair County, because it's more of a northeasterly track as it continues on, Trav. So we want folks in their safe spot, Briggs, Ellerville, Proctor, and then get ready to go in Chewy.
Yep, strong damaging winds. Emergency management reporting that as well right now. So that's what we have at this particular moment. So strong damaging winds of 60, 70 miles an hour. Showing up, what do you have, Jalen?
Storm trackers, Ron Morton said damage on southwest side of Tahlequah.
Okay, damage on the southwest side of Tahlequah from strong winds. That could be the RFD coming around. So again, if a tornado is imminent, if it isn't happening right now on the northeast sides of town, notice the couplet now is now on the northeast side. Let's come in a little closer if we could, Station. So what we're seeing right now is it's right in here. So this is this is the point where we want you to be in cover, under cover. Get away from the outside windows and walls, because this is what we were anticipating. This just kept getting stronger. So that's what we're seeing right now. That couplet is tighter and has continued to get tighter as we thought. So that's with Highway 82, and as that cuts across, and so for 62. And so that's where it's occurring right now. So if you're in Briggs, any of these places, from Highway 10, right across the Illinois River, that's the biggest concern at this particular moment. So Highway 10, 82, also of course 62. That's the problem we have at this point. And so that will be hard to see a little bit, but it's now having moved through Tahlequah. It is a circulation feature that continues to show up and moving at, did you say about 40? What did you say for speed?
I've tracked it at about 50.
Almost 50, okay. So that's
to that southwest side of this storm, we're starting to feel a lot
tornado warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southern Colfax County. At 4:59 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Schuyler, or 13 miles east of Columbus, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour.
We start to see any lowering because of that kidney bean shape that you were talking about. Already starting to get a lot of lightning out here too, so we're going to stay clear of that. But yeah, there's still a lot left to go with this storm, Damon.
Now, Chase, Michael was just telling us earlier that he feels like a lot of people took advantage of being able to go home a bit early with severe weather coming in. Does it seem like there's a bit less traffic out there right now than what we would typically see?
Yeah, I'm looking at I-40. If we bring the shot down just a little bit, Walter, you can see I-40 out here in front of us, and there's very little traffic, especially, you know, from around the Tinker area. We usually see a lot more traffic here along I-40, and when we just crossed over I-35, that's usually very busy. So I think you're right, and I think Michael's right. A lot of people taking advantage of this severe weather to get home a little bit earlier. Better be safe than sorry, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, the strong winds are currently hitting the TV station right now as we speak. And so I'm looking, I can hear the winds, by the way, on top of the station. And so we're gusting close to about 50 miles per hour right now, but it is getting pretty windy out here, so it's just, we have a weather station right on top of the roof, and so just about 10, 15 seconds ago, that went to about 45, 50 miles per hour. So there are some strong winds up inside of this, and those winds are going to make their way up to, come up onto I-35, east side of I-35 there, going up in the northeastern Oklahoma County in the next little bit. The storm is still probably strengthening, and I expect that the storm is going to continue to strengthen. The winds are becoming more.
The stronger winds that are happening at this particular moment, and the couplet now on the north and east sides of town. If you're in Tahlequah or the southwest side, you're going to get gusty winds out of the west or northwest. Should be getting that right now. And then you should be getting very strong inflow winds coming in from out of the east. If you're pretty much anywhere, I would say, even from a Proctor. Proctor should have some strong winds right in there. And as I mentioned a little bit ago, Pumpkin Hollow Road right in here. So this is the circulation. This is the main part of it right in here. So if you're right in this area, this is where the tornado would be moving to the northeast. Let's go to Station and find out more. Station.
All right, we'll track this from just on the north side of Briggs and Eldon to the northeast across Adair County and eventually over into Arkansas. So for Proctor, coming up next at 5:09, this will more likely and hopefully stay on the northwest side of Proctor, Chewy by 5:16, and then I'll give you a kind of a broader image so you can see where you are in proportion to Adair County. Chewy, Chance, Watts, that's all coming up here. 5:19 for Chance, for Watts by 5:26, Lake Francis by 5:28, West Siloam Springs by 5:29. In the next half hour, it should track through the northern half of Adair County. We're going to watch that, though, for Chewy and for Chance. Be ready to go to get in that safe spot. But right now, it's just north of Briggs, north of Eldon, moving northeast at about 50. Trav?
All right. Thanks. Again, just looking at some new data coming in where the Storm Prediction Center.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for south central Delaware, northern Adair, and northeastern Cherokee counties. At 5:02 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles west of Eldon, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
A little bit of headway to the east at this moment. So if you are in areas, though, right to the north and east of Tahlequah, that's where this biggest part of this storm is. So this is an active tornado warning at this moment. Additional storms are expected along the dry line, but it still doesn't look like the dry line is going to be a major player as far as what we have. Brandon is out there, and Val is on these areas. So there's a cell developing right around east side of Stillwell, one up north of Pawnee. So they're trying to develop, but the worst ones are going to be back into this zone that's more in southeastern Oklahoma. This is where we kind of concentrated our thoughts earlier this morning on this is just so juicy and unfortunately very unstable air mass, which just leads to a lot of issues and a lot of ease in which the thunderstorms can explode upward into the atmosphere and then rotate because of the way the winds are, and they spin them like a top. So our tornado warning right now, Cherokee County, and then also we'll continue to monitor if you're down around Kiowa, southwestern Pittsburgh County. These storms are capable of producing a tornado.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northeastern Johnston, southwestern Cole, and west central Atoka counties. At 5:04 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Clarita, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
So if you are in this area, we still are worried and concerned, it's a better word probably, about having a tornado. And as I said before, if not a tornado, strong damaging winds of 60 miles an hour to 70 miles an hour, possibly 80 miles per hour, because some of the guys were reporting some very strong winds.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southeastern Colfax County. At 5:04 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Schuyler, or 14 miles north of David City, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
That's not too far from one. Let's come in a little closer, in fact, if we could. So if you're just west of Proctor, again, any place on Proctor Hill, and traveling from Eldon, it's kind of just windy, and you're not going to be able to see this. because of the trees and the hills and everything going on. It's across the Illinois
A tornado
River now.
warning remains in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for south central Delaware, northern Adair, and east central Cherokee counties. At 5:05 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm with strong low-level rotation that could produce a tornado at any time was located 3 miles northwest of Eldon, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Okay indication. That's good. It'd be nice if it was weaker, but that's not happening. So there's strong winds that go all the way up Scraper and then on up to Oaks. So that's part of this whole line of thunderstorms, but this is embedded inside that line of thunderstorms and where the strong...
And that way, if it does anything crazy, we'll be in good position on it, and then we'll work our way over to Highway 177 to take it on up into Stillwater.
All right, appreciate that. We'll continue to watch this as it moves through the metro.
Check out this time lapse here on Max 1. This really is telling the story. Now, we're moving the camera around a lot, so that camera's going to start moving around. There it goes. It's kind of a wild ride, right? But that's tracking the storm from the 50-pin camera as it came up into downtown Oklahoma City. There it is happening right there. And then we tracked it over there as it moved to the east of 50-pin. Same thing here, but watch the end of this loop. This is really gorgeous. Look at that.
So many tornadoes actually on the ground anywhere in our viewing area today so far. We've had several tornado scares, and if you're watching and saying, well, gee, none of these are producing tornadoes, they are producing damaging weather, though. And you get to a threshold where you have to say, okay, this storm is strong enough where it could produce a tornado at any time. That's when we get in here and start telling you about it, because I think you want to know where it's going, where it is now, and what it's got in there, because even if it...
I got a rain-free base now on the west side of the storm.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northern Adair and east central Cherokee counties. At 5:07 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado was located 3 miles north of Eldon, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
That's the thing I guess that stands out to me the most is just that pocket of wind that's on the north side of the core. Not quite like a microburst, but in a sense like all the winds are coming out of the storm rather than it being like winds coming together and producing a circulation that would be of concern for any type of tornadic activity. But nonetheless, those winds are a little bit tough to drive in.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they certainly will be. And that's at a spot that's usually pretty busy this time of the afternoon here, right at the Turnpike and I-35. And so this is moving up to the northeast. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This has produced numerous 50, 60 plus mile per hour winds with it.
Detecting debris in the air. So that's when a thunderstorm develops, it starts to rotate, and then you start to get the tornado forming, and the air is getting pulled in. That's also pulling debris up from the ground, and so there's a pretty good chance that is a tornado based on some of that showing up. So we might see, it looks like it's weakened a tad bit from this angle. We can look at, and that's SRX.
This is INX.
INX on this one, okay. Now it's still there, so it hasn't changed a whole lot. So we do think, though, that's probably...
The tornado warning for southeastern Colfax County will expire at 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The tornado threat has diminished and the tornado warning has been canceled. However, large hail and damaging winds remain likely, and a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for the area. A tornado watch remains in effect until 9 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time for northeastern Nebraska.
Helicopter of Bob Mills, Sky News 9, that Dustin is in right now, and there it is. So, Dustin, your shot is frozen. There it is, bringing it back around. And Dustin, this thing is just northbound and down, and the wind's moving with it, the hail's moving with it, and it is dark, looking off to your north for sure, but nothing tornadic. Go ahead.
That's right, David. We are now several miles northeast of the metro, and it's this storm is running. It's a lot of rain still. The visibility up in there is pretty low. But it's just really, it's a lot of rain and hail up in there, but winds aren't too bad here on the south side, and we're just doing our best to keep up with it.
Okay, all right, nice job. Well, Dustin, just keep going north with it. Just keep riding this thing to the north. Let's go to Jeremy Carter now, and let's get an update from Jeremy. He is in northeast Edmond at I-35. And Jeremy, what's your wind been so far? I know it's going to pick up on you. What do you think? Give us a wind guesstimate here.
And David, I really think we probably got winds approaching 50. So there was like a 2x2. You know how heavy them are, cut probably about 4 foot long, blowing it was on the ground, but it was blowing across Danforth. So we're going to try to get north, try to stick with this. But you can see look at these power lines. Look at them wobbling. So this is at Sooner and Danforth. We're really getting fairly high winds in here, limbs on the street, things like that. Back to you, David.
Yeah, there's some pretty good wind right there. So that's going to be northeast Edmond. That's going to be, again, at Sooner and Danforth. And that's about right. There might be the strongest winds to his northwest and to his southeast. Nice job, Jeremy Carter. Looking good. Okay, back to Lynx 1. And here was right here. That's
Pop up now into northern Oklahoma, but this storm moving up pretty quickly to the northeast. So it's Arcadia at 519, Langston 554, Coyle 556, Perkins here 608. All these communities right here, while you may not be under tornado warning right now, if you were to have a tornado warning issued, this is when the storm would be moving into town here. So as we watch this and the low-level winds become more favorable for this storm to ramp up, that's what we are watching. Again, it's not tornado warned right now, and this warning goes, the severe thunderstorm warning goes until, let's see here, 5:45 here. Again, 5:45. And really, of all the storms that we have ongoing right now in the state, this one, we have a couple tornado warnings out there, by the way, but not in our viewing area. They're way in the far eastern and far southeastern.
Maybe 40 miles an hour. And now we're going east. Going to try to stay a little bit ahead of this and be able to react to the ones coming up from the south. Back to you, Travis.
All right, thanks, man. Again, I'm just amazed at how much water is falling across Oklahoma. Speaking of which, let's take a quick look at, you see the hail core that Bob's on right now, and that is the cell that is severe. So
it looks like right now it might be just west and northwest of Post Road, but not by much. Go ahead, Val, give us an update.
Yeah, so we've got dime-sized hail falling right now, and it's been maybe as high as about Nichols. Oh, goodness, there's a car behind me that couldn't stop and had to pull over to the left lane, just about ran into us. So dime to nickel size hail. The winds are not crazy. This 33rd Street is where we first started picking up into the hail. Now the hail is pretty much stopped. It must have moved north of us right now. We're almost to 15th Street. The sun is starting to come out, actually. We can see the updraft, just barely ahead of us. Looks like a pretty strong storm. Looking at the updraft, it does. But right now, the storm is moving on. The hail has moved just down the road from us. Traffic jam up ahead. The traffic is pretty much stopped. So anyway, that's it from here, David. Back to you.
All right, nice job, Val. Looking good. Again, man, again, Val's on the back side of the storm, again, with some of the smaller hail. He's showing, again, shining that, shot there up into the storm. And he's kind of on the back side, looking north. And you can see kind of the back edge of this thing. But remember, it's moving at 50+ miles per hour. Okay, back to Lynx 1. And here.
He's bullseyed in on that. Looks fantastic. Incredible views. Incredible views from our drone force right across the metro today. That tells the story right there. That's the back updraft going in.
Here. Brady, can we stop that and get a look at the velocity inside that cell there near Highway 76? See what's in there. Now, let's see a real good couplet, but there are a couple, actually there's one right there, and it's kind of a junky mess here, actually, folks, but there are a couple spots that look suspicious. That one west of Marietta definitely looks like it could have some strong rotation in it. Now, that is moving. It looks like northeast. Marietta, especially, we know how sensitive you are to tornado danger after what happened last year. We've got high shear on this, over 100 miles per hour, so there's a fairly good chance, better than even money, that we would have a tornado in there. But let's find out where it's going. If we can scroll that velocity back and forth, let's track that couplet.
Circulation feature, so that's still going to be turbulent. Don't know if it's a tornado. Don't think so, but you can tell what's going on right here with us. That circulation feature is right in there, so that's still tracking to the north. So that's going to be just to the north of Going Snake and near Chance. And want you to be careful of what's going on right there, because that is still very, very turbulent atmosphere. Looks like it's weakened a lot, and so that's great news, but it sure did cycle up and take off and go for a while. So that's a little bit tighter right there near Proctor, so it's not finished yet. Can we do CC just one more time while we're here before we go to, so there's just a little bit of indication still of some lifted debris. in the atmosphere. So there's still a concern that might not be finished yet. So again, if you're near Proctor, back to the north and east. And so we're going to take a look at kind of the sheer track so you can kind of see what that looks like. But Proctor, please still take cover in areas between Chance and Going Snake. So this is a look at some of the turbulence that is associated with this as it was coming up out of Fort Gibson. And then we're seeing the circulation feature basically over Muskogee. And then that moved to the north over Tahlequah, and now it's here. So we haven't had any strong indications. Usually when you get into this lighter red color, so to speak, and then into the gold, that's when you're guaranteed some really bad things have happened. So hopefully we haven't had too many horrible things happen here from Tahlequah to the east. And we're talking about storm continues to track off to the east, northeast in that area. Stacey, you have another quick...
All right, I'll take it for now. Team coverage continuing. That's Kevin Josephy right there looking at the very dark skies. So here's what's going to happen. This is going into Payne County and northern parts of Lincoln County. And the winds are a little bit more southeasterly ahead of this. And there's also higher dew points. It's even more soupy and more muggy off to the north. So as the storm comes into this environment, it very well may intensify a little bit more. It's by itself. It's going to have winds that are more favorable for storm development. And if you look at the lightning counter right here, so you see
a tornado warning remains in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southern Cole and west central Atoka counties. At 5:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles north of Olney, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
Eventually, this cluster down towards
A tornado warning remains in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for central Cole and northwestern Atoka counties. At 5:16 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 6 miles northeast of Colgate, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
There's probably going to be at least a couple of different waves of storms between now and midnight. That's when you're really going to want to stay weather aware. We do have a tornado watch in effect for East Oklahoma, most of West Arkansas through 7 o'clock. Here's the thing. There will be a new additional watch. It will likely
now into Love and Carter.
The National Weather Service in Norman has issued a tornado warning for eastern Cole County in southeastern Oklahoma, north central Atoka County in southeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Hughes County in southeastern Oklahoma, until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:18 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles northeast of Colgate, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Just yet. So again, as Mike was talking about Waterloo Road, and there's a lot of people that live here, Arcadia, over toward areas east of I-35 and Covell. There's a lot of homes there. So now beginning to make its way into southeastern parts of Logan County, still with a hail threat, and we saw right in there with the Foresight drone what looked to be some sort of a hail core, for sure, very heavy rain. And you can see the dry line and the little outflow, this very faint line right here kind of moving away from the storm. So watching this continue to move out of the Oklahoma City metro, but possibly into more favorable air off to the north and east.
That's right. And
a tornado warning remains in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northern Adair County. At 5:18 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Proctor, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour.
If it hit a majorly populated area, we would get a huge amount of reports if it was larger hail. So luckily it wasn't that big, but it's now moving into a more favorable area and environment like you've been talking about. So we're going to be eyeing that closely. If we can go to Max 3 real quick, I want to get...
Sure. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning as well, but you could be under a tornado warning if this keeps moving northeast. So Sequoia is intercepting that. You can see where that is. So he's just running into it at this point. So that's just southwest of Wardville, coming northeast. And so that could be up into Kiowa here in southern portions of Pittsburg County. Pretty short time period. Station, can you give us a quick storm track on this? Just give us a timestamp on this. That'd be great.
Headed up towards McAllister, so that's going to be moving at about 35 to 40. So that will be tracking it here into Pittsburg County. Now, as Trav mentioned, you don't have a tornado warning yet, but as that circulation where Sequoia's watching down by Colgate comes up into Pittsburg County, I'm going to extend the track out a little bit more in time for you. So this takes it from 30 minutes now. We'll go to about 45.
The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Pittsburg County in southeastern Oklahoma. until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:19 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles west of Wardville, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Down by Colgate and Cairo, that's going to be the one that comes up into Pittsburgh County. Ashland up first, along with Kiowa. We're going to watch that really closely. There's also another tornado warning just down line from it, back down to the southwest. So there's going to be a lot of activity and something we have to really pay attention to for the next few hours coming up across Pittsburgh County from Haywood up to Savannah. So that's what's going on down to the south. And then back to the north into Adair County, the tornado warning does continue. That circulation was over by Proctor. Now it's northeast of Proctor. Now it's
the National Weather Service in Springfield has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Bourbon County in southeastern Kansas, west central Vernon County in west central Missouri, until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:21 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Arcadia, or 8 miles south of Fort Scott, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
So as we were just talking about a few moments ago, Proctor has the we felt like it was right near on top of Proctor. Now it's just northeast of Proctor. So you can see where we're located. So this is the couplet right in this area. So that's just, here's the Proctor Road area, and then you see Christie right in there. And
the tornado warning for Love and southeastern Carter counties will expire at 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The tornado threat has diminished and the tornado warning has been canceled. However, large hail and damaging winds remain likely, and a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for the area. Remember, a severe thunderstorm warning still remains in effect for Love County and southeastern Carter counties until 6 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time.
This is where it's located at this point. So if you look at it, there's a high probability this is a tornado. And if it's not a tornado, a strong damaging winds right in this particular area. And so that's one of the biggest concerns we have. I know Dell's trying to come in behind it, but if you're around Going Snake.
The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Benton County in northwestern Arkansas, southeastern Delaware County in northeastern Oklahoma, until 6 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:22 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles southwest of Maysville, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour.
Something you probably won't see. Let's go back to storm relative velocities. And I'm going to take one more look at what's happening here. So this is strong winds, but this couplet is back again. And so there's a pretty good chance that it's picking up some.
Now look at it visually, Damon, on my shot right now. You can see the powerful updraft that's associated with the storm. So that's looking up into it. You can see just, that's an incredible picture. It really is. The storm has grown vertically. I think to some degree it just looks a lot more crisp, and that would make sense that you would have perhaps some larger hailstones falling out of it as it grows upward. So it's kind of interesting. It just continues to chug along right up toward Perkins and Stillwater. It seems like it's right along the right edge of an outflow from all the other storms to the south and southeastern parts of the state, and it's just kind of riding along that, and it's just holding its own and pulsing up now.
The National Weather Service in Omaha has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Richardson County in southeastern Nebraska, southeastern Pawnee County in southeastern Nebraska, until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:24 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles south of Pawnee City, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour.
They're getting bigger. That obviously indicates a strengthening storm as it's moving up to the northeast here. Hail cores are getting larger as well. And so this is I-35. So if you do leave out of Oklahoma City and go northbound on I-35, this storm will stay just east. But
nice job, Dustin. Okay, yeah. No, it's just a wall of wind. Winds at 50. And nickel and dime quarter and up to tennis ball size hail from Dustin Stone.
Remember how dangerous lightning is. We call it cloud to ground. Dale mentioned it, CG lightning. And that cloud to ground lightning is what really mess with us. So that's why I want to make sure that we're aware of what's going on. Okay, let's go back to radar and get a shot of what's happening, broaden out the view here for me. And then also I want to talk to John for a second. John has some information back into the Tulsa area. Where's John? John's over here by Sand Springs. Hey, John, if you're available, give me an update. What are you looking at right there?
And this area right here, the storm has some inflow, and that's humid but dry air, and it's eating away at that notch. So we're going to have to watch for this to maybe come, start to rotate a little bit more. I don't see a strong signature down low with velocity that it would be indicative of like ramping up for a tornado, but that's something that we're going to have to watch as it moves to the northeast and moves into that atmosphere that has higher low-level shears. So again, this storm has a long way to go. It's getting taller, it's producing bigger hail, and there's that signature, that indentation, that inflow notch right there. So we're going to watch for that, maybe for the hook to come around back to the southwest. I wouldn't quite call it a hook outgo just yet, but it's the beginning signs of rotation.
It certainly is, and as I look up watching this storm that is moving up to the northeast, there are also additional little storms that are beginning to pop up as well. Actually, let's kind of pull on out here just a moment just to show everybody what else is happening. There are little cells that are beginning to develop here, like west of Rossville, and then as you go west of
Spins really starting to come together right there. This is the area I'm most concerned with. This is going to be an additional section of rotation in addition to the one coming out of Adair County. It's becoming a little bit more organized, so we want to watch this one. Let me do this. I'd like to back up just a bit, and I would like to also check out this additional area of rotation just off towards the south that's coming out of Adair County. This tornado warning also continuing to get updated just to the west of Westville. This is going to be starting to come together closer to the Watts community. That one too.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northern Adair County. At 5:27 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Christie, moving east at 30 miles per hour.
West of Gentry coming out of Delaware and Adair County. So we're talking northeast Oklahoma. These storms moving off towards the northeast, right around 55 miles per hour. Is the southern one also 55, guys?
That is 30.
That one's 30, moving a little bit slower. Thank you, Danny, for that. Today's Danny's first day here at Channel 5. Welcome aboard. Happy to have you.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for eastern Cole, north central Atoka, and southeastern Hughes counties. At 5:27 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado was located 4 miles northwest of Wardville, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Than the one off towards the south. It's now moved into Benton County. The rotation there closing in on Gravette. In fact, we are now just about a couple of miles, let's see here, from Gravette back to the area of rotation. Okay, we're about 7 miles right there. That's going to be moving closer and closer to Gravette over the next couple of minutes. Eventually, that moves through Sulphur Springs. It crosses I-49. It will come close to Bella Vista before crossing over into McDonald County. This tornado warning does not include Bentonville, Rogers, Lowell, or Pea Ridge. Right now, this area of rotation continues to tighten up as it crosses into Benton County. It was somewhat organized prior to that, but it continues to tighten up right there. Looks like there might have been some debris reported by a ham radio operator near Siloam Springs. Right now,
but it's got to move a little bit further north for us to have a good view of the south and the southwest portion of the storm, which is where the rotation would be. But we are just about, I think we're about a mile west of Highway 177 on Highway 105. So we're going to have some pretty good road options to be able to stay with it as it moves north.
Very good. Thank you, Mike Bennett. Here's Kevin Josephie's live view. You can see just a little bit of a lowering in through there, just a little bit. This is Kevin Josephie looking at it as it comes out of the southeast Logan County area up towards Stillwater, Coyle, and Langston. He's got a fine view of it right there, showing the rain-free base and just a little bit of a small little lowering in there. But the updraft is really going up hard, and the winds are more favorable for mesocyclones up in Stillwater. You're still under a tornado watch up in Stillwater as well. Let's go back over to Max 1. So the storm has cleared Oklahoma County. It's a golf ball hailer coming up to Coyle and Langston. There's Stillwater right there, moving north-northeast at around 45.
These are pretty big. We've had some nickel and dime, quarter, and some golf ball size hail, and we had some of that moving through the Oklahoma City area with that storm as it moves off again to the north. All right, so links.
9, and you can see 72 running west-east right there. Let's do this. Let's bounce a little bit further up. Go.
Yeah, certainly we are. And this storm does have a lot of structure here as it's moving up to the northeast here. Your hail core out of this right now, once again, is going to be coming very close to Langston. Here's Langston right here. This is moving up to the northeast here. So Langston, you're not that far away from the storm, which is dropping right now golf balls from coming in. It's going to make its way at least on the east side of Langston here, hopefully.
Likely going to be tornado problematic very quickly. Not to say this isn't right now. Rotation continues. Let's back up just a little bit.
If you scroll over here, Brian, a little bit to the right, we might see something there. I hope we don't. And we're kind of on the edge.
I don't have an ending on this tornado warning. Let me click something else and see what I can.
The National Weather Service in Omaha has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Dodge County in east central Nebraska, northwestern Saunders County in east central Nebraska, until 6 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:29 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado was located 4 miles west of North Bend, or 19 miles west of Fremont, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour.
The warning will be allowed to expire at 5:45, but still in the extreme northern part of Toka County, you're here in this very narrow sliver right along the border. You still have a tornado warning there, and this is a dangerous thunderstorm. It has a history of producing damaging hail, and we believe damaging wind. I believe this is
a tornado warning remains in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Pittsburgh County. At 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado was located 3 miles west of Wardville, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
Better illustration of what's happening in your town. You can call us at 903-892-NEWS. That's 902-892-6397 to report something. Now, please don't call us to ask us the forecast, okay? We're doing that here. Call us to report damage or something you know about, power failures, things like that.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southeastern Bourbon and west central Vernon counties. At 5:32 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Fort Scott, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
Clear that scope off there.
Cole County, kind of northern portions of Atoka. It looks like they have 2 different ones, Steve. And so we still have this one until 5:45, but I do think most of the rotation was over, what was that, in northern Atoka.
I'm going to clear the scope off of here.
Yeah, last we saw it was moving.
It's not really showing up as much of a lowering right now, but it's right in that dark base that you're seeing right there. It was a lot more pronounced just a little bit ago. So from my estimation, the storm appears to be strengthening, and the lowering is just an indication that it's strengthening. Also, another indication is that the hail size has been going up. Actually, there was golf balls reported a little bit earlier with it, and I know radar is showing a little bit larger than that. So this is all moving quickly to the northeast. We are right behind it. We got a good look at it here. We ought to be able to follow it right behind it just for quite a ways here. So we'll keep you updated, David. Back to you.
All right, nice job. So that's the updraft side, and Val's looking at
a tornado warning remains in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northeastern Cole, north central Atoka, and southeastern Hughes counties. At 5:34 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado was located near Ashland, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Goodness gracious, man, the wind. And, I mean...
Same building, different angle here.
Oh, that's tornado damage.
That old building.
I mean...
That old building.
Yep, I can't, your mic's not up.
That old building that you showed there from Madison Moore, she said it's called the old...
A tornado warning remains in effect until 6 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time for northwestern Benton County. At 5:34 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Gravette, moving northeast at 65 miles per hour.
And
other structure that Jonathan pointed out, and as we turned around and kind of looked at it, we're starting to take a look at it too, because there's a lot of that lower scud that's getting pulled into this storm to the north. So I don't know if that's going to increase the intensity of this storm, but we're going to keep an eye on that. But yeah, this cell out to the east, that's one we're going to watch, and then we're going to continue to follow this one as long as we can, going up to the north towards Stillwater. Damon.
All right, we know that you will there, and again, you're keeping your safe distance, but just this perspective that you're able to get from a helicopter up in the air during storm season. I mean, that really just kind of gives you an idea, because you can see deep
debris falling that the radar can see, and that's going to show us. I didn't see anything there. Specifically, I know you guys over there are going to holler at me if you do. I don't see any debris coming out of that. Let's hope that continues to be the case. Our rotation, though, now showed that just in Gravit about 4 to 5 minutes ago. We know that that's a little bit behind. That product is right there. I just used it to kind of get an idea of what the
A tornado warning remains in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time for northeastern Cole, north central Atoka, and southeastern Hughes counties. At 5:36 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Ashland, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
Could be up to 70 miles per hour. There could be some pockets of some small hail in there, although I'll tell you, the hail right now looks to be below the severe weather thresholds. This tornado warning for Benton County, Joshua, when does it expire? Till 6. Okay, till 6 o'clock right there. It was on my screen. I apologize for that. You can kind of see the inflow into that cell right here. When you just look at the rain mode, that little inflow notch right there coming out of Bella Vista along 49. You see that.
County, and no hail, just some heavy rain. So that's good news. That would be consistent with this storm located north of Marietta. And again, the whole storm has broken up a bit. That's why they did cancel the tornado warning for Ardmore. You are not any longer under a tornado warning in Ardmore. That was dropped about 10 minutes ago. The tornado warning for extreme northeastern Cole County.
The National Weather Service in Springfield has issued a tornado warning for northeastern Vernon County in west central Missouri until 6 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:36 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Walker or near Nevada, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
Where 70 and I-35 meet, that's almost what it looks like to me. But Ardmore and Marietta, so yeah, so probably just down a little farther south. Got off the road to take a look at that. And you can see the clouds. It's already kind of look like kind of the clouds after, but definitely not anything we'd need to be concerned about as far as further tornado development.
That's a large tornado, but that's headed up towards McAllister right now. Let me see over here. Let's see. Looking right now at visible satellite, that lift, I see a bunch of Q cloud or Q field going up out across western Oklahoma. Not that there are any storms out of that, but we're not that far away from perhaps getting some additional storms to develop here. There may be a few trying to go up in Oklahoma County right now, and even as you go in between Perry and up towards Enid. Jonathan, watching these storms lift up to the north, hail core there coming in towards Langston, another hailer there from Kearney.
The tornado warning for southeastern Bourbon and west central Vernon counties will expire at 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer appears capable of producing a tornado. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. A tornado watch remains in effect until 9 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time for southeastern Kansas and west central Missouri.
See it right now. So we're right in between two storms. We're going to stay with this one that's headed up to Stillwater. Back to you.
All right, Marty, great job. Thank you. And Marty, again, on the north side of that storm, Lacey was just pointing out 13 years ago.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 6 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Dodge and northern Saunders counties. At 5:38 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over North Bend, or 15 miles west of Fremont, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour.
Let's go back to Val. And, okay, by the way, Sequoia shot's back up. All right, Val Castor, go ahead. And looking off.
Yep.
To your east there. Yeah, you're right back in it again. Here you go. Go ahead.
Now that was quarters, David. Now we're getting quarter-size hail and also 41-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Now, for about the past 10 minutes, it's been sustained over 30, and you can see from my wind data right there, we had a gust of 41. I mean, it's just like blinding and crazy spray on the road up here. But now the hail just started, and so we have a lot of nickel-sized hail was falling, and then we had a few quarters. As we
storm track on this one real quick.
I can. So this one is moving very slowly up to the northeast at 30. So that's going to track it.
The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a wide tornado warning for southern Pittsburg County in southeastern Oklahoma until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:40 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado was located 4 miles east of Wardville, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour.
You guys, please stay under cover. Watch to Westville until that gets out of there. It's going to take a little bit. Let's go back down south to McAllister and take a look at what's going on down to the south at this point. And we have that. Okay, it was also on. You see the circulation is very, very strong near Kiowa, and Sequoia is right beside it at this point. And let's go look at his video. Well, you see his video, but let's put his video full screen for me. I'm not going to talk to him while he's readjusting and moving. That's a little bit too much. So he's running into this. So this is up on his left side, right up in here. And so we're watching as he's coming up. To the right is where it's southeast. It's warm, humid air. And then to the left is here the tornado. So that's just right literally on his left side here of what we're looking at across that area. So that's real close to pretty nasty storm. Let's go back to that video, can you now? Because he's got stopped. Sequoia. There it is. All right, Sequoia, update from you real quick.
Large tornado on the ground about to cross Highway 69. It's right here just south of Kiowa. There's a big power plant just south of Kiowa. The people down in Pittsburg County know where that's at. Okay, it's going to be just near that power plant. It's going to be on the ground. It's a very large tornado. So everybody needs to take their precautions. If you have anybody that's traveling right now, you need to call them and tell them to stop. There is a lot of vehicles on this road right now, and it's about to cross over. Okay. So,
the National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a SAR tornado warning for southwestern Benton County in northwestern Arkansas, northwestern Washington County in northwestern Arkansas, northeastern Adair County in northeastern Oklahoma, until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:42 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Cincinnati, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour.
And so here's, so we're looking at conditions that are going to be
It's coming across the road.
Coming across the road. Let's take a look at it right while you can see it. Go full screen again.
We're watching it. He's got it up.
It's right in front of him. So there it is. So it's coming up across. So this tornado in southwestern Pittsburg County right now. And so that's coming in right here. It's hard to see because, again, this is it right here. That's the tornado. And see, if somebody's driving into it, it's like, stop, 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 stop. People don't know that's and so these people are kind of putting the brakes lights on. You can see they're like, okay, maybe this isn't a good idea. It's a horrible idea. This is where, if you have our app, you'd be able to see. Notice the winds with the trees on the right side. I'm trying to stay out of the picture so you can see it a little bit. So that's going right in front of him at this particular moment, and hopefully nobody gets blown off the road. You can see the cars have stopped right in that zone. So that is, we're near Kiowa, Oklahoma, which is southwest of McAllister. If you're near McAllister, we need you to be ready to move to a place of safety shortly. Tornado warning is in effect for central and western portions of, in fact, he's backing up right now, looks like, trying to stay out of it. And some of the people are trying to move. So this is going to be, this is not good because these people are driving into that. And I'm not going to sound off too much, but man, get our app so when you're driving, it'll go off if you run into a tornado warning. Look at the winds coming across right now. You know, I don't know if that's a debris or what that is on the road.
That was there before he got
That was?
there.
Okay. So he's trying to back up out of it a little bit because that's literally crossing right in front of him. And again, we're going to be praying for the folks that are in that at this particular moment. so they don't get blown off the road. But get our app for the summer if you go on vacation or anything. Those people coming, you see traffic's pretty much stopped on the left side coming back to the south. He's going to move back to the north right now. Let's go to, let's pick up a radar. Since we see this right now, let's grab back two box if you could, put Sequoia on the bottom right, and then we'll put the radar and the track on the main part. Okay, so here it is. So you can see where he is located. So it's literally...
The National Weather Service in Springfield has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Bourbon County in southeastern Kansas, west central Vernon County in west central Missouri, until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Fort Scott, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
Stacia, if you want to take the other radar and maybe do a storm track, and then we'll punch over when that...
Yep, it's ready.
Okay. So here's the latest storm track of that coming across. So you can see some of the locations. Right now, it looks like it's going to stay just barely south of McAllister.
As well, let's see, it's, let's see. Actually, there's an Agra.
And we've had at least one strong tornado.
Top 554, Alderson 605.
Names a little bit differently.
West that came across the city.
Wait, and so you can see what he's into right now. Strong, damaging winds, and a tornado very close to him at this particular moment. Aaron, anything to report? Because I really don't want him talking and driving and having to do a million things.
He's also been getting golf ball or a little bit larger hail with that as well. But definitely really rain-wrapped what would be going on.
Okay, yeah, because that's just right on top of him, literally just to his east now. See, the circulation feature now should be just off to his east, just barely missing Kiowa. And so it's now headed. Stacia, we got that moving east-northeast, or is that?
I have it more east than northeast.
Okay. Yeah, so a little bit more east-northeast on this, so just south of Kiowa, near Pittsburgh area. And it's Pittsburgh County and the small community of Pittsburgh. So that's what we're looking at right here. And so those are the communities. This station's keeping that updated. Could he see any debris when he cut across there?
He hasn't said that he has seen any, but he said the inflow wind into the back of that tornado is really strong.
Is it? Okay. Is he trying to inch up right past it then? On 69, is he moving northbound then? Yeah. Yes, okay, northeastbound, I guess it'd be. All right, so he's getting, so this is the backside of it. Well, that's what we're seeing right now with that. And it is a sharp indication of a tornado now just near Pittsburgh. So this is a situation near Pittsburgh, and this is in Pittsburgh County. Let's zoom out on this if we could, Stacia, so we can give a perspective so folks know where we're at in at least Pittsburgh County for a second. So this is a tornado warning, active tornado. Here's McAllister. So this is the main circulation feature here. There's an additional one that's over the Army Ammunition Depot that is weaker. This is the strongest one, and that's curving eastbound. So that's coming right across an area from around Kiowa. And then, as we said, near the community of Pittsburgh, moving to the east. So this is a tornado warning confirmed. Sequoia saw it. We saw it pretty much as it kind of slammed through. A lot of rain going on there. Want to mention also the tornado warning for Westville is still going on for Watts and Westville. The majority of the circulation continues to just be right along an area that's not too far from around Watts.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 6 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Dodge County. At 5:46 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near North Bend, or 12 miles west of Fremont, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour.
This is the tornado right now.
The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a SON tornado warning for southwestern Pittsburgh County in southeastern Oklahoma until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:47 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles north of Kiowa, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour.
Strong to violent. That's a mean tornado.
And
Okay.
it went, from what we can tell, it went to the east of Allen, which is just unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then it was making a beeline at Atwood, and it looked like it really started to weaken as it got up to Atwood in Hughes County.
Yeah.
And David, check out this video real quick.
The National Weather Service in Springfield has issued a tornado warning for southwestern St. Clair County in west central Missouri, east central Vernon County in west central Missouri, until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:47 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Walker, or 8 miles west of El Dorado Springs, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour.
Stopped right now. And,
A tornado warning remains in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Richardson and southeastern Pawnee counties. At 5:48 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 3 miles north of Du Bois, or 5 miles east of Pawnee City, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour.
right by Pittsburgh at this point. So again, that'll be tough. Very tight circulation there, Stacia. You have another storm track you want to share with us?
We can, yeah.
Okay.
So this is going to be taking it from Pittsburgh, just on the southeast side, over towards potentially crossing south of Blanco, and in between Blanco and Pine Top on the Indian Nation Turnpike. So that's going to be something definitely folks have to pay attention to and be very, very careful in this area. We're going to track it up to the northeast at 45, or east-northeast, really, because it's not so much northeast, it's more of an easterly track, which kind of can make them even stronger. Arch by 602, Bond by 605. Wants you in your safe spot if you live in Blanco. If you live in Pine Top, wants you in your safe spot. Wants you to start getting there if you live around Arch and Bond and Craig and Hartshorn as well. Be paying very close attention in Hartshorn by 612. This should be in town. Adamson by 617. Higgins Trav by 619.
All right, thanks. And then what is the speed of that storm right now? I missed that.
I have it at 45.
At 45, okay. So one more update from out of the Watts area in Siloam Springs. That storm is just continuing to knock on the door across western Arkansas. And so if you are in those areas, just be advised. That's what we have with that particular cell as that's moving just south of Siloam Springs. Tornado, quite possible with that. Literally from Siloam Springs to the south. Tornado possible there. We do know we have a tornado there in McAllister, or south of McAllister in Pittsburgh County. So this one's still wrapped up big time, barely missing Siloam Springs, moving in just north of Fayetteville, but around Taneytown. So that's a tornado. Here's the active area.
A tornado warning remains in effect until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Benton and northwestern Washington counties. At 5:52 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles north of Cincinnati, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
So there's
a tornado warning remains in effect until 6 o'clock p.m. Central Daylight Time for east central Vernon County. At 5:49 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Walker, or 10 miles northeast of Nevada, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
Right at this time. So that's just from where pretty much Sequoia is located to the east. So now it's just near Blanco. If you're near Blanco, you need to get to a safe place. Any place around Blanco South, you need to be in a safe place. And that means outside windows and walls, no. Center of your home, lowest floor, and protect yourself. Get in a tub. If you don't have a place to go that's a safe room or a safe place, you need to do that. This is a very strong tornado right now, it looks like. Again, we cannot see right at the surface because this is off the surface, but when you have something this tight and above the surface like this, we have a very violent setup for a tornado. So that's what we think is happening right in here right now. Sequoia's in again right behind it, just a couple miles. And so we'll probably
a tornado warning remains in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southern Pittsburgh County. At 5:53 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Blanco, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now.
Pretty much the highway and just south of the highway coming in on Blanco and the south side. So any place along Highway 63 and East 1570 Road. Those are places where you have to be undercover right now as that's moving in your direction. Sequoia's back there. What is anything else out of Sequoia right now?
Just really torrential rainfall. He does say he has like small debris kind of raining down from the sky, but very strong winds wrapping around that storm. If you can see his video, it's just, these trees are whipping.
Yeah, it's just vicious. Okay, holler at me anytime you have something. Stacia, we have new updated storm track.
I do. I have the latest track here. I still have it at 45 to the northeast. That seems to be the track of the last 15 minutes. So this is in Blanco and crossing over Indian Nations Turnpike. So once you're in that safe spot, hopefully you were there a few minutes ago. So it's in Blanco now, headed towards Arch by 604. Get in that safe spot in Arch, in Bond, and Craig. Remember, it's the lowest part of your home and the middle part of your home with as many walls as you can get between you and the outside. Craig here by 609, Haleyville by 612, Hartshorn by 614, Centerville 619, closer to 620 for Gowan, Higgins, and Drum. Trav?
Yeah, unfortunately, you know, when it's hugging Highway 63, that is not good because you're hitting a lot of housing, a lot of small communities. So that part really stinks as far as what's going on there. Man. So any place down to the south, southern Pittsburgh County. So what do we got? What is Sequoia running up on
A
here?
tornado warning remains in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for East Central Bourbon and West Central Vernon counties. At 5:56 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Fort Scott, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
Okay.
20 or 30 seconds off of where he's at.
Well, let's tell him not to go four-wheeling over that at this point. It looks like he wants to lift it and carry it out of the wave, so we'll see what happens. Let's go back to, while he's messing with that, this is a tornado again, so he's just, it's just passed right close to where he's at, so he's gonna run into a lot of that debris. Check this out, this is unbelievable. So as Stacia mentioned, this is the track of it right now as it comes up across this area. A lot of folks right along this highway area. There's folks all over, but especially right here because you have all the communities kind of hooked up with that. So if you're in that area, you need to be taking cover. You said 40, 45?
I have it at 45.
45, so it's moving pretty quick. So you don't have a whole lot of time to make adjustments for what's going on there. So just be advised. This is, again, tornado. Confirmed tornado on the ground. I don't even know if CC, if there's is there a drop even that far out that I was trying
right
looking
over
at
Blanco.
it, so it's still right there.
Out of SRX.
So it's still showing up. Okay. So we're still seeing it. So unfortunately, a lot of damage going on in here, and this is going to be a nasty tornado. Pretty strong tornado. We can just tell that from what's going on with the radar and what we're seeing with that as that continues to move to the northeast. We do not have any other active tornado warnings at this particular moment. And Chloe, if you would, give us on Lynx 1 a broader view of the radar, if you could, because also, if you could, Stacia, I just saw what Chloe did. Can you get us the wind and hail indicator on here for a second? And you can see what we're looking at with this. This gives you an idea of the violent part of this, because I mean this is maxing out on our scale. Now again, we're looking up into the storm a little bit. We have massive hail. We have very large hail at this point, and then we also have damaging winds of well over 100 miles an hour associated with this just off the surface. So this has turned into the beast.
The National Weather Service in Omaha has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Richardson County in southeastern Nebraska, southeastern Pawnee County in southeastern Nebraska, until 6:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:58 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 3 miles east of Du Bois, or 10 miles southeast of Pawnee City, moving east at 20 miles per hour.
Yes, it's ready. So anywhere on 63, east of Blanco, over towards Bond and Craig, you got to get in that safe spot now and do it quickly. This storm is moving up towards Arch by 604. 6:04. That's about 3 more minutes from now. But again, right on 63 up to Bond by 6:05, Craig by 6:08, Haleyville by 6:12, Hartshorn. Start to get those things ready to go to get in your safe spot now. You have about 10 minutes, but we want you in your safe spot. 6:13 is when it comes into Hartshorn, and it looks like it's kind of on track to get to Bond and Craig and Dow and the Hartshorn area. So be ready for this. Centerville by 6:17, Gowan by 6:20, Higgins and Drum and Bowers all down the line here in the next about half hour. But we're really focusing in and wanting folks to be safe around Arch, Bond and Craig, anywhere on 63 east of Blanco and over to Hartshorn. Please get in that safe spot now. Lowest level interior part of your home with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Just this is a storm that's going to do some damage. Is a very
A tornado warning remains in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for southwestern Richardson and southeastern Pawnee counties. At 5:59 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles southwest of Humboldt or 8 miles east of Pawnee City, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour.
Data coming in on the radar. And so we think that this is going to be an exceptionally strong tornado that's going to do a lot of damage, a lot. Stacia mentioned it, but again, there's a lot of damage. This is a debris that's being floated in the air right now. And so we know it's lofted up of trees, branches, probably
just west of I-35. So while we do, look for clouds for lift, usually it's not until that lift, that support, that disturbance hits the dry line when we see storms really go off here. And so it is a possibility, we mentioned this before, that we could see storms develop right on top of I-35 here. And then by the time they move east of I-35 by about a county or two, then they become severe. Just a lot of, waiting and seeing right now. Tornado watch, though, issued, remains in effect for another hour with this storm lifting up to the northeast here. So still a lot going on. There's Amanda, there's Shane, there's storm
for this at this moment, right, Stacia? Was that in the middle of that? Could you give me one more storm track on that right now?
Yes.
If you would. Because again, Hartshorn has quite a few folks in there, and if you're any place between Hartshorn and there, you've got to find a safer place to be, because this is tracking right across an area that's going to take it through and near Hartshorn. So we want to get the latest and best track on it, but it's going to be missing McAllister. We still have very turbulent, unsettled, stormy conditions there down around Savannah, Brewer area. So there's still some strong damaging wind potential there. But as we look,
a tornado warning remains in effect until 6:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time for West Central Vernon County. At 6:01 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Fort Scott, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour.
That'll be, that's kind of going to be rough then for anybody that's up to the northwest. So if you want to give us another quick update.
I can. So this is still Arch and Bond and Craig. You got to be in that safe spot now. Picked up speed a little bit, still tracking at about 45 to 50. So this is coming up towards Dow and Hartshorn by 6:15. Want you in that safe spot before then. Centerville by 6:20. Gowan, Drums by 6:24. But again, right on 63, now on the north side of 63 and kind of pulling up to the northeast. This will be from 63 over to 270 here in the
The National Weather Service in Tulsa has issued a tornado warning for southwestern Delaware County in northeastern Oklahoma, southern Mayes County in northeastern Oklahoma, until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 6:03 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Sportsman Acres community, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour.
Situation for you, and we want to make sure you're safe. So on 63 to Bond and Craig and Hartshorn, we're watching that. Also another area of circulation we're watching, not nearly as significant as what's happening now around the Arch area, just north of Arch on 63, but over by Savannah, there is an area of rotation. We're watching just south of Chambers, Savannah area. That's going to lift up to the northeast as well, potentially on the south side of McAllister. But the more serious situation is, of course, what's happening east of Blanco Trav on 63. That will take it up to Hartshorn.
Okay, and then also up to the north, we have another storm that has become tornadic, and that one we've been focusing on how strong this one is. There's also a tornado warning up to the north, and so we're going to be watching what's going on here with this cell, and so you can see what's happening right in here. So this has just started to go strong from around Choteau and then to Sportsman Acres. We're paying a lot of attention to south, but there's a circulation feature right in here, and so that's anywhere from around Sportsman Acres and then extending off to the east. Notice where Locust Grove is, so there's arcing areas of strong wind in here. And then also, let's look for CC if you could for a second, and we'll get a little bit more information out of this. So there is a little bit of a concern in here. And then when we look at this warning, this is again near Choteau to the east of Tulsa, and that was one of those storms as it was moving to the east, was just kind of hanging in there pretty strong. Aaron, do you have anybody close to this one now that can look at?
It's kind of halfway between down.
I can't hear you. Yeah, try again.
It's halfway between Dow and Allen right now, so I don't know if either one of those guys will be able to get to it in time.
Can anybody see it from their location at this point? Because I know it's kind of murky in all those places.
They're too far away.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that's what we're watching at this point with this particular cell, as that's moving to the east. And so the circulation feature, let's zoom in a little bit closer on the Sportsman Acres area and what we have right there. So this is part of that moving to the east. Stacia, do you have a storm track there?